I live like a capitalist every single day, Chank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Asdif_resubscribed for 8 months. SDABYO Free Sudan raised fist medium dark skin tone.
Test. Hello. Hello. What is good, chat? What is up? I hope you all are doing well. Yep. Yeah. Ugh. Jeez, a freaking Louise. Hello. What is up? I've lost like 1,000 subs in the past 2 weeks. Rough. At least keep me above 10K. Not 10K. Keep me above 1K. I beg. Either Rivals leaks. I did. It just what it was. Or turned it off. What's up, chat? I hope you guys are doing well. As you may know, I'm sure all of you noticed, because I am an integral part of your lives. I was not live yesterday. I cannot tell you why I was not live, but just know it was for a good reason, and you'll find out when you find out. Honestly. So just know that there are cool things afoot. I think you guys are gonna love it, honestly. Secret means yes, but it has to be secret for a reason. What's this? Speed. What does speed say? Uh, did he actually shave his head? I can't tell if it's a bald cap or not. Yeah, no, that's a bald cap. Or maybe his head's just shaped like that. But yeah. Trust me, chat, I wish I could tell you about it, but I can't tell you about it. So just look forward to you'll know. You'll know. All right. When it happens, you're gonna be like, you're gonna come back here, you're gonna be like, what? No, that's crazy. I can't believe that. So yeah, we're gonna hold on to that as well. But what did I miss? I saw AB was tweeting at people today. AB and Mike were beefing. I saw that. Oh, it's Apollo. What kind of day is it if Apollo's here? Hmm. 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 Look at my bank account. You dig? Did you do your homework? Excuse me, you mean your homework? No, I didn't watch it. I was busy. I have a life, chat, and work and stuff. See Ethan's tattoo of Ela? I did see. Honestly, I don't really care that much, honestly. You see Ethan's new tattoo? Mods ban that person, please. Take them out back. I literally just responded to that. Like it's like you people don't even listen to my stream. It's like you listen to the streams on mute. Completely on mute. Whatever. We're gonna watch ooh, there's a legal ego video about the texting. The group chat. Says he attacked her. Yeah, well let's start with the filter record video. I'm just gonna say I really you're watching the stream, appreciate everything you do. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's just start with the filter record video. We can talk about how League has gotten on my nerves and how it pissed me off and how some of the people who are in Iron are not freaking Iron players. I don't believe it. Cause like there's absolutely no way you've played 300 games and you're still in Iron. These are Smurfs, and they are just there to dunk on what's it called? To dunk on actual Iron players. That's it. That's it. That's all. That's all they're doing there. It makes no sense. Right? And then my team yells at me for not being able to win against a Smurf. How's that my fault? And I just started the game. I literally played my like 6th ranked game. I was like, oh, Set. I went in, I tried some of Set's abilities. Like, oh, Set's cool, right? I tried to play a game of Set. I got rolled. Like freaking 1-9. And then my Talon jungle was like, oh, report top and mid. I'm just like, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? This person's very clearly not an Iron player. And you lost. And it makes me mad because like he tried to gank and he couldn't even finish the kill.
Get the Henny.
Left the Gwen on 1 HP. She came back and murdered both of us because he was still like sitting at top. I'm like, what do we do? Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. It was making me mad. It's making me mad. Because I'm like, I'm fine with losing, right? I am a new player to the game. I'm totally fine with losing. Totally fine with losing. Because I'm learning. Or I'm like, okay, I need to do this, or I can't do this, and I can't do that, and this is what I build, and this is how I play. Because like there are like 160 different champions in League, right? There's absolutely no way that a new player like myself is going to be able to know how to play against all of them immediately, like off rip. And so I need to build up games playing against these champions, right? So I learn how to play them, how to sidestep their abilities, you know, what their abilities actually are in some cases. So I'm fine with losing. I'm an iron. But like, you're also an iron. So why are you yelling at me? And you're an iron after 100 and something games. You're an iron 4. I'm an iron 3. So like, who's really the issue here? Not me. Not I. How do you play 150 games, still an iron 4, and you're getting mad at somebody who's played 5 games? Doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. Like, and it's impossible to actually, you know, learn because you're playing against people who are like freaking diamond or emerald, who are like, oh, I want to go win my games today. So let me go dunk on these irons because it's fun. You're just like, okay, cool. But yeah, that's League of Legends. You've worked good thing for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. And Satchi, thank you for the gifted sub. Chat, can we get above a 1,100? Is this 6 more subs? If you do that, I'll be happy. Honestly, if we stay above 1,000 subs, I will be happy.
Here 2 weeks ago, sending her to the ER just as he now
All right.
returns to Romania for
Let's
his
watch some
trafficking
filter
case. RFK Jr. is planning on cutting another 10,000 employees from Health and Human Services, and that's not even the scariest part to many experts. The footage and what we know about the Turkish student at Tufts University who was grabbed in broad daylight by masked immigration officials. We've got more bombshell updates and fallout on Signal Gate as public Venmos and private data and passwords are found, and some weird Luigi Mangione updates, and a good news story to keep you sane. We're talking about all that and much more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco Show. You daily dive into the news, how it's being covered, and how people are reacting to it, starting with this. The Trump team's Signal Gate scandal just got even dumber, right? And that because the German newspaper Der Spiegel revealed that it did some snooping and they were able to obtain personal emails, phone numbers, and even passwords connected to Pete Hegseth, Mike Waltz, and Tulsi Gabbard. Or with the outlets
I'm sorry. What?
saying it was actually particularly easy to get the defense secretary's info. All they had to do was go through a commercial provider of contact information primarily used by companies for sales, marketing.
Oh yeah, so they were freaking on like white pages. They're being doxxed. That's so funny. Maybe now they'll put on like, I don't know, some legislation against like, you know, these like data brokers on what information that they can and can't have and who they can give it out to. Because like, when it happens to like me, they're totally fine with this, totally chill, right? But maybe now when it happens to them, they'll be like, okay, maybe we need laws against this.
Marketing and recruitment. The reporter is getting Hegseth's Gmail address and a mobile phone number, and then finding the same email as well as sometimes the password affiliated with it in over 20 publicly accessible data leaks. Right? And this wasn't like some super old Another Life information. The outlet verified that the email had been used just a few days ago. But then also the phone number leading reporters to a WhatsApp account that had apparently only recently been deleted. You then also had the outlet using the same commercial provider to find the National Security Advisor's contact information. With that, then leading reporters to Waltz's profiles for Microsoft Teams, LinkedIn, WhatsApp, and Signal. And notably, they also found several passwords for his email address in leaked databases. With reportedly at least the WhatsApp and Signal accounts still in use at the time, because when Der Spiegel
Oh, these are the security people. We're so cooked. All right, we can go live on YouTube. No, we use the same. We'll use the same thumbnail. I think it's better I do this alone. What is OPSEC? It doesn't exist. That's what. Oh, nobody told me I spelled yesterday incorrectly in my title. That's so funny.
Eagle tried them, the messages were delivered, though both accounts apparently were then deactivated shortly afterward. And then lastly, you had the outlet saying that Gabbard's information was the hardest to find since she had hers blocked on the commercial provider. But they said they did track down her email address in over 10 data leaks, one of which also contained a partial telephone number, which, when completed, led to an active WhatsApp account and a Signal profile. Now with that, Gabbard's office told reporters that her leaked data is almost a decade old, claiming that she hadn't used the relevant platforms for several years and that she had changed her password several times. But there, you had Der Spiegel reporting that her private Google account was used as recently as around 2 weeks ago, and messages to her WhatsApp and Signal accounts were apparently delivered. And actually, all in all, you had the outlet saying that most of the numbers and email addresses are apparently still in use, and they were used to create Dropbox accounts and profiles and apps that track running data. Though there, they also clarified that it's unclear whether these are the same phone number as used for the Signal accounts involved in, the not war plans, definitely just attack plans scandal. With them also adding they didn't try the email passwords to test if they were still active. Right? But either way, you had experts warning that hackers could use the data to launch phishing expeditions where they convincingly pose as one of these officials. And this is, you then have the
which
risks
they definitely should not do, because that would be illegal.
malware, spyware, and political blackmail, with Der Spiegel concluded. It is thus conceivable that foreign agents were privy to the Signal chat group in which Gabbard, Waltz, and Hegseth discussed a military strike. But also, a big thing is that Der Spiegel wasn't alone here. The investigative media seems to be having a field day with Trump's cabinet right now, with, for example, Wired revealing that it found what appears to be Mike Waltz's personal Venmo account.
Bro, oh, they're so cooked. That's so funny. That's so, bro, feels like be like, they also found his social security number, his mom's work address, and where he lives. They found his children's school schedule. They found everything about this man. Like, that's the media doing, like, the actual media thing. Like, that's what journalists are supposed to do. You're supposed to do stuff like that.
And yes, it was left public, meaning his entire 328-person friend list was on full display for anyone to analyze and exploit. With that, including accounts that appeared to belong to Susie Wiles, the White House chief of staff, and Walker Barrett, a staffer on the National Security Council, both of whom were in the Signal group chat. Right, and those two were just some of just a whole slew of names that have been getting plastered left and right. But then they're also being a focus on things like venture capitalists, defense industry executives, lobbyists, and a variety of kind of more ordinary folks such as doctors, real estate agents, and a tailor. Or with seeing experts saying they were especially concerned about those low-level connections. Right, in that, because reportedly they're what spies exploit for dirt, like private medical information, for example, as well as patterns, pressure points, or a way in. And that was just from Waltz's apparent profile. If you go through him, you get to Susie Wiles, and the account with her name had a 182-person friend list, which also is completely public, and it included names like U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. Now, with all that, reportedly when Wired reached out to the White House for comment, the accounts appearing to belong to Waltz and Wiles both went fully private. All of this is, notably, it's not the first time that Trump's inner circle has been exposed like this. Right, last July, Wired also found J.D. Vance's public Venmo, exposing a network of connections to Project 2025 architects, DOJ officials, Yale law classmates, wealthy financiers, tech executives, and far-right media figures. And then more recently, the American Prospect found Pete Hegseth's Venmo, which was also public and included names matching defense executives, lobbyists, and Bush-era officials. Though now, both Vance's and Hegseth's Venmo accounts have since been deleted. Now, with all this, I think it's fair and important to know that just because they're friends with someone on Venmo, that does not necessarily mean they've transacted with each other. Right? It's possible they just automatically populated their friends list with their phone contacts. But still, you have experts saying these sprawling networks of connections to the highest people in the White House are security vulnerabilities in themselves. With many suggesting that the Signal group chat may not have been an isolated glitch as Trump has claimed, but rather part of a pattern of sloppiness in his administration. Very notably here, it looks like most ordinary.
Like, honestly, if I think that there's one thing that will actually, like, hold the presidency to account, like hold this administration to account, it's something like this. They're gonna mess up, right? They're gonna get sloppy, or they already are sloppy, and foreign agents and actors are going to like take advantage of like for like a phishing attempt, and they'll get them to reveal classified sensitive information, or like not even just like foreign agents or actors, like anonymous or like other hacker groups will then publicize this and then like force them to step down. Not Trump, not Vance, but like, you know, Pete Hegseth, right? We'll get caught like Rudy Giuliani got caught in like Borat 2, you know? There'll be a phishing attempt, like hot singles in your area, and he's gonna go up and meet with this person he's been chatting with online. It actually is gonna be a bunch of hackers or whatever, and they're gonna get like videos of him in compromised situations. They're gonna publish those videos, and he's gonna have to step down or something like that, you know?
People are not buying the White House's attempts to downplay this scandal. With, for example, a new YouGov poll finding that 74% of Americans, including 60% of Republicans, believe that Signalgate is serious. However, only about half of people say they believe that Trump officials broke the law, including just a fifth of Republicans. Which I will say makes it all the more interesting, that's the word I'll use, that we've now gotten the news that Trump has reportedly assigned Elon Musk and the Doge team to assist in the investigation of Signalgate. Because, you know, why not? But, you know, naturally, many people neither trust nor feel like waiting for the White House to investigate itself, and so they're going straight to the courts. The nonpartisan American Oversight Organization now suing Hegseth, Gabbard, Ratcliffe, Rubio, Treasury Secretary Besant, and the National...
I mean, nothing's gonna happen, but like, it'll be so funny if they like actually are forced to step down.
Archives and Records...
Specifically Rubio. I hate that guy. Look at his hair. His hair is stupid.
Administration. And specifically, they're accusing them of violating the Federal Records Act and Administrative Procedure Act, or with the suit hoping to prevent further unlawful destruction of federal records, as well as to compel the recovery of any records created through the unauthorized use of Signal. With this thing, the group's interim executive director saying, war planning doesn't belong in emoji-laden disappearing group chats. It belongs in secure facilities designed to safeguard national interests, something any responsible government official should have known. Right? And all of that is
that's loser stuff. Go ahead and keep doing your... You should actually do it through like unencrypted text messages or something. Make an iMessage group chat and store the messages on an iCloud account that you've used your password for everything since you were a kid. That'd be funny. Do that.
Administration is still in a frantic defense mode, with different officials lurching back and forth between apologizing for the mistake and insisting they have nothing to apologize for, with everyone seemingly contradicting each other. And in addition to deflecting the blame toward Atlantic editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg and the media in general, and accusing them of an orchestrated misinformation campaign and what they called a witch hunt, with one of the more jaw-dropping performances, as always, coming from Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, who got into this
she looks so much like the Smiling Titan, bro. She looks so much like the Smiling Titan. Look, come on. Come on, it's uncanny.
From Sky News yesterday.
Yep. Anybody else?
Should the defense secretary...
What country are you? Wait, what country are you from?
The UK.
What? Okay, her first question is, what country are you from? What? Okay.
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your...
Honestly, like, kind of true. Like, I don't care about British people's opinion. Like, someone needed to say it. Someone needed to say it.
You're reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem?
Okay,
And you no. You should care about your own borders.
Do you care
no,
about
no,
American
I
lives
no,
being put at
no.
risk?
Let me tell you something. Do you care about people from your country? What about all the women that are raped
I'm
by
gonna
migrants?
Do you care
No,
about
by
I
migrant.
wanna
No, do
hear
you
your
care?
answer to
Okay,
this.
you're
Do you
done.
care about
not,
American lives being put at risk?
You know what? I don't
about
care. I don't.
service members fighting for your country.
I don't care about
and
your
vice
fake news.
president
Do you have a
and your
relevant
defense
question?
secretary.
Yeah,
I'd
this is
like
an
to hear-
American journalist. Thank you.
I'm an American, and I'd like to hear your answer to what she's asking.
I'm not answering her question.
But then, next up from that, Andrew Tate is now being accused of attacking his girlfriend during a sexual encounter just 2 weeks ago. It's not old claims, this is a new one. And according to TMZ, his girlfriend, Bree Stern, filed a police report claiming that Tate sexually assaulted her on March 11th at the Beverly Hills Hotel. They're telling police that Tate choked her during sex and it got too rough, but he kept going even though she begged him to stop. But they're alleging that the more she struggled, the more violent he got, and she even felt herself fading into unconsciousness. And with this, claiming that the violence only stopped after Tate Tate was done having sex, and after he fell asleep, she says she took photos of redness and bruising on her face, which TMZ obtained. And then she claims that a few days later, she flew to New York for work and visited an ER where she was diagnosed as post-concussive. Additionally, TMZ says that they obtained alleged text screenshots that show Tate saying he wanted to beat and impregnate Stern, despite the fact that she says that she didn't want that. They're then also saying that she waited to file the police report until now because the Tate brothers just left the States to report to Romanian police, and she didn't feel safe enough to file the report until he was out of the country. Now with this, the Beverly Hills Police Department didn't give a comment on the allegation to TMZ, but Tate's legal team denied it, telling the outlet, Andrew Tate vehemently rejects this outrageous allegation and will relentlessly pursue legal action against anyone involved in spreading this blatant falsehood. And adding, once again, we witnessed the media recklessly publishing a one-sided narrative disregarding the most fundamental facts. And with that, claiming the photos TMZ shared were not taken in the Beverly Hills hotel, and noting that in some of them, it does not appear to be nighttime. Also suggesting that text screenshots TMZ published were fake, and calling Stern's allegations sensational and saying she spent multiple nights with him, but grew angry with him when he did not fly her to New York City on a private jet. Though it seems Stern is standing by her claims, with TMZ just reporting before the show went up that she is filing a lawsuit against Tate for alleged sexual assault and battery. But that's also not where the Tate—
this was a current girlfriend that he has? Sorry, I slightly missed the first part.
News ends today because this week, staffers for Ron DeSantis have had to refute some of Tate's statements to the media. But as you might remember, Governor DeSantis previously said that the Tate brothers were not welcome in Florida after they landed there without his knowledge. But this week, we saw Tate telling reporters in Romania—
Well, I think the governor of Florida was hijacked by the media. The media jumped on him, and he didn't realize it was an American citizen, and now he understands he made a mistake, and there's been some conversations, and everything's been settled and fixed.
Right, so that comment seemingly suggested that DeSantis had changed his mind about him, or that the criminal investigation that Florida had opened into him had been settled. But that is apparently not the case, with DeSantis' communication director telling the Tallahassee Democrat nothing of the sort happened and our position is unchanged, with the outlet noting that just last week, the state's attorney general said the investigation was still ongoing and explaining on a podcast—
If we can show that they committed crimes on Florida soil, then we will continue to pursue them at all costs. Every time these guys open their mouths, it gets them deeper in a hole.
But then, switching gears from that, next up in the news, we've got a weird, interesting bit of Luigi Mangione news today, because we're seeing prosecutors allege that heart-shaped notes were hidden in a pair of socks that attorneys provided for Luigi Mangione. And with that, they're arguing that—
Wait, what?
Heart-shaped notes were hidden in a pair of socks that attorneys provided for Luigi Mangione. And with that, they're arguing that that violated the special treatment that Mangione was receiving in the first place. Right, all of this, in case you need a refresher, he's accused of killing the CEO of United Healthcare, and he's pled not guilty. With the case just getting tons of attention, and he has a following of supporters who have written him letters and shown up to his court appearances. Right, and so you have Luigi held at a metropolitan detention center in New York, and you have prosecutors writing in a new filing that he was given special accommodations for his fashion needs by being allowed to change out of his jail-issued clothing during a court appearance last month. Right, and so you had his attorneys giving a court officer a bag of clothes for Mangione to wear, and in that bag was a pair of Argyle socks wrapped around cardboard. But according to that filing, secreted in the cardboard were two personal heart-shaped notes, one addressed to an unknown person named Joan, and the other to Luigi, stating in part, "No, there are thousands of people wishing you luck," and saying, in spite of this, the defendant was permitted to wear the Argyle socks, which he first changed into and later changed out of because he felt that they did not look good. And based on images of the heart-shaped notes, the one apparently addressed to Joan is a thank you note, with then the one to Luigi saying that people are rooting for him and encourages him to keep his head high. The AP saying it looks like it was signed K/Free Luigi. Though others think that it looked more like R Free Luigi, which is a subreddit devoted to discussing his case. And, with that, we've seen the subreddit moderators seem to thinking that it was referring to their page, writing, "There are 37,000 members in the Free Luigi community, and any one of them could be the source of the alleged heart-shaped notes. The moderators of this community have no further comment on this matter. Right now, it's not known who wrote or inserted the messages, or even if Mangione received them, because, they could have been intercepted first. We also don't know who the Joan in question is, with NBC News reporting that a spokesperson for the defense team has that name, but it's not clear if it was for her or someone else. With his attorneys just saying that the messages were inadvertently included with the clothing, something that they argue should be obvious given the fact that one note was not even for him. And then also defending the fact that Mangione was in normal clothes, saying that it is not a special accommodation and that many defendants do this. But you have prosecutors still saying that the fact that the snow was in the socks is alarming, right? Arguing that it was just luck that the smuggled items were just paper and not contraband that could harm a court officer. And this is you had prosecutors overall claiming that Mangione's defense team has been egging on the publicity blitz around him, arguing that Mangione's lawyers put him in a green sweater during the court appearance because many of his sympathizers were calling for him to wear the color, with some of the supporters who traveled to the court also wearing green. And all of this is you had outlets noting that—
Okay. the prosecutor's like, look, you put him in green. You're feeding into this narrative that he's a martyr. What? And he's just coming from the prosecution.
That Mangione's choice to not wear the socks and just do loafers went incredibly viral. So you have prosecutors believing that his lawyers are encouraging this interest, writing that the defense, quote, has on the one hand cried foul when entities outside the people's control have made public statements or gestures, while on the other has itself fanned the flames of the public attention. But in defense of that, his attorney wrote that prosecutors should focus more on, quote, Mr. Mangione's constitutional rights and less on the color of Mr. Mangione's sweater. And then I've got more news for you.
True. Okay, the defense team's kind of cooking.
Just a moment. But first, I really ought to just thank you for trusting us to wade through the chaos of the daily news cycle. These days, it seems like everyone occupies a different reality, and, we strive to break through the echo chambers to bring you the story beyond the headlines. And, with that, one critical tool that we use to see the bigger picture is ground.news/DeFranco, the fantastic sponsor of today's show. Because unlike other news platforms, Ground News delivers multiple perspectives on each story to hedge against reporting biases. So, for example, the Signalgate story that we covered here about Trump officials accidentally adding a journalist to a private chat on military plans in Yemen, it's been covered by roughly 600 sources. While very few are arguing that it wasn't reckless, the differences between left and right, it's very interesting. And so, for instance, you can see the Washington Post, left-leaning, framing it as yet another example of Trump officials being reckless with national security, emphasizing broader carelessness. And that, while the right-leaning New York Post framed it as an unfortunate, isolated breach and something of kind of lesser consequence that's being sensationalized for political gain. And since so many people these days, they are where they get their information, I think it's incredibly important to quickly and readily be able to see what sources are saying, right? How they're framing it. And with Ground News, I especially appreciate their blind spot feed, where underreported stories by one side of the spectrum are highlighted, helping our team catch up on trends that we might otherwise miss. I mean, it's also no wonder why they've got over 10,000 five-star reviews. And so if that sounds interesting to you, scan the code or head to ground.news/DeFranco today to get 40% off unlimited access to the Vantage plan, which is the same plan I use. But then from that, next up today, masked men abducted a young woman yesterday in broad daylight in Massachusetts, or at the very least, that's how people have described it, as the official narrative is that the Trump administration arrested yet another foreign university student for alleged anti-Semitism/support of Hamas. So her name is...
This is so crazy. Because, obviously, anti-Semitism is bad. But even if it was, anti-Semitism, that's not grounds for deportation. It wasn't. But even if it was, you can't deport somebody because of it. What are we talking about? And support for Hamas, they're not even deporting her because of support for Hamas, specifically, as it's citing that reason. They're saying that if when applying for a visa, you say you're not a terrorist, but then you support terrorists after you get in, we would have never allowed you in the first place. Therefore, we get to deport you because of it. It's insane.
Rumeysa Öztürk. She's a Turkish citizen, and she's a doctoral candidate in Tufts University's program for child study and human development, with her also, notably according to her lawyer, also having a valid student visa. But in the early evening on Tuesday, when she was reportedly...
Okay, this is pretty funny. Which I wasn't going to talk about this today because there's a lot of discourse around the Studio Ghibli AI filter thing or whatever. But this one's a funny one to me. I just saw scrolling through Twitter. Chad said, missing 8 Fest, bored hanging out with Anderson .Paak and a few other people. And then Anderson .Paak responded, get away from... Oh, this is a parody account. Dang it. I thought it was real. It would have been funny though. The parody account said, get away from me. That's pretty funny. I want to believe it was real, actually. Evan, I believe it's real. That was funny.
Heading out to meet some friends, she was taken into custody near her off-campus apartment in the city of Somerville. Right, and the whole thing, it was caught on nearby security cam. Plainclothes agents were really spending almost the whole day staking out. And
there's a great video about whether Ground is actually a good platform if you want to check it out. It's called The Worst Sponsor on YouTube. It's a really interesting analogy if you're interested. The worst sponsor on YouTube? That's pretty funny. People said the same thing about Honey 6 months ago. I was by Friendly Jordies. Hmm. Hmm. I'll consider it. I will consider it. You're gonna get jumped by Art TV show AI Ghibli again.
An unmarked SUV. When Ramesa,
I mean, like, you're not gonna stop me from showing it. I can show it and have a discourse about it. We can talk about it, you know?
finally walks by, a guy in a hoodie goes up
Honestly,
to her.
this is a good conversation to be had here because it's like this is literally exactly what I said what would happen over a year ago. I did exactly what I said what would happen. I said if your critique of AI illustrations, right, are just about how bad they look, when they stop looking bad, right, the normal people are going to be like, you know, I'm going to start using this thing, right? Because of course they are. Which is why the critique needed to be based in, like, you know, workers' rights and artists as people. Right? If it's just about like, oh, look how many fingers it has. Oh, it has like 6 fingers. Oh, it looks bad. Why are you guys using this bad looking pictures or whatever? If that's your only output, like, then when it stops looking bad to the normal person, then they're gonna use it. It's not my critique. Mine was about normalization, exploitation. I'm not talking about you, Saka. I'm talking about like Twitter in general, right? Because we had this conversation a long time ago about Twitter just being like, it doesn't even look good, actually. How, like, y'all are so stupid. It doesn't even look good. I'm like, if that's your only take about why this is bad, then 2-3 years down the line, it's going to get better, and you need to have something real that people can like attach to, right? Something real that people can like identify with. And like, look, no, it doesn't look bad. To the normal person, this is like, oh, it's a cool thing. I can upload a picture and then it can make like an anime version of me. That's super sick. Because that's what they're going to see. Instead of like, if we got in front of this and be like, hey, this is bad for artists and it's bad for the consumers of art and it's bad for workers. Let's explain why, right? I think we still probably would have gotten here anyway, but like a lot of normies would be like less attached to this. It was supposed to be Anderson in that image. That is actually oh, that's a great question. Maybe it's like just like Anderson Paak, but like not the real one, but like the parody account person. So maybe like this guy runs the Anderson Paak parody account. That's why he was tagged. Maybe. I don't know. Totally agree. The fact that uninformed reactionaries were the loudest voices on the topic guarantee that we're gonna never gonna get normies off of AI bleak. No, I think normies will leave AI. I think it's a fad. Like normies buying some crypto shit coins because they saw it was in the news, right? But eventually, like normies moved on and realized that crypto was stupid. It's gonna be on this on stream today. Is it speed? Oh. Man, Elon is going to be pissed. Also, you can't say it's good when whitewashing any brown person. 90% is AI slop art. Like, listen, you can have whatever takes you want to have on this, right? Doesn't change the fact that for normies, this looks good. They don't care about it like whitewashing people. They don't care about it being accurate, right? They see a picture of themselves and they see the idea or the concept of them being anime-fied, and they're like, that's cool. That's a cool thing. I like that because it's slop. It is slop, right? People understand that McDonald's is bad for them, right? But they still eat McDonald's. You know what I mean? They know that they should not be eating McDonald's. They know that it's bad for them, but they will still eat McDonald's. Normies love slop. They love slop. You know? They love slop. And so you're not going to convince normies to not like slop based upon the quality of the slop. You can't get normies to stop eating McDonald's by telling them that McDonald's is not good for them. They know. In the same way, you cannot get normies to not use AI art by telling them that it's slop. They know it's slop. They like it because it's slop, right? But it's infinitely more effective to say, hey, McDonald's is complicit in genocide. You're anti-genocide, so maybe you should not eat McDonald's, right? Most normies would be like, I don't care, I'm still eating McDonald's, but there will be some normies who are like, maybe you're right, I don't like genocide. Yeah, maybe I don't need McDonald's, right? So you can't tackle people who stop eating McDonald's based upon the fact that it's slop because they know that it's slop and they like that it's slop because it's cheap and easy slop, right? But if you tackle it from a different perspective, from a moral perspective, something that they actually do care about, like genocide, he's like, hey, McDonald's gave IDF soldiers free McDonald's. It's not good. It's part of the BDS list. Maybe we shouldn't eat it. Normies be like, oh, okay, yeah, we're taking out McDonald's. I'm doing my activism today by not eating McDonald's, right? And then they won't eat McDonald's. And McDonald's felt a hit from that, right? They were monetarily impacted by that. Right? Just like AI art. Saying, guys, don't use AI art, it looks bad, like, isn't going to hit for people because the fact that it looks bad doesn't matter to them because they know that it's slop, right? But it's cool slop, right? It's cool slop. And so they're going to engage with it as if it's cool slop. But if you say, hey, artists don't like this AI art because it's used to, take their jobs and that it's, I don't think that the anti-humanist perspective works, honestly. Like, genuinely, I don't think it works. But I do think shame works, right? I don't think saying like, well, art, at its core is about human expression and removed from the human expression, it's not really art. And art is more than just the output. It's the journey and the creation and the artist's intention in making it. For normies, that doesn't work. Normies don't care about that. They watch Marvel movies. You know what I mean? They watch Marvel movies. Like, they don't care about the sanctity of art, if we're being entirely real. What does work, if you say, how you're a fucking loser because you can't draw, just pick up a pen, you fucking loser, right? That does work. Right? Normies will see that, like, if, like, imagine, like, you go, like, you're a person, you have a group of, like, 6 friends, you're like, hey, let's look at this picture that ChatGPT made for me, and everybody's like, bro, boo this loser, bro, you're a fucking loser, bro, pick up a pen and actually draw. That person is never going to generate another image before ever in their life, ever. They will never generate another image ever. Ever. They won't do it. And so that works. Shame works, right? But like the highbrow, art is like about the human expression and emotions, or that's not going to work for normies. They don't care about that stuff, right? They like their slop and they engage with their slop. You know what I mean? For me, the biggest thing that sticks out about this is, like, there's just no utility here. Right? This is only happening because they see other people doing it. And it's like, oh, cool thing. I can see myself in a Studio Ghibli film. Wow, that's super cool. That's it. That's it. That's all they care about. Right? There's no utility here. They're not going to get better art because of this. Right? In 10 years, or not 10, like 2 years down the line, when, like, actual productions come out that use things like this, right? They're gonna be like, this kind of sucks. Like, perfect example. Invincible, the series. Everybody always complains about how bad the animation in Invincible is. But they also want new seasons every year, right? They want every year to be a new season of Invincible. But also they complain about how bad the animation is. The same with this. They're going to talk about how useful and cool AI art is going to be and giving us better art and quicker art and faster art. And then when it comes out, they're going to complain about how it looks like shit. Right? Because normies don't know shit. They don't. They don't. They don't know what they want. They don't know what they want. They think they want this. They think that this is going to help them, but they don't know what they want. They don't know what's best for them, right? They're being pulled this way and this way by like the tech bro sphere, right? The tech bro sphere, but like they don't know what they want. And so it's our job as the people who care about, like, you know, artists' jobs and care about the you know, the sanctity of art or whatever, to explain to them about, like, yeah, this is not going to get you what you want, right? The novelty of this, whatever, you know, generate yourself in Studio Ghibli style or whatever, the Attack on Titan style, you know, that's not gonna do anything for you. It's not art, if we're being entirely real. Not in like a, oh, real art needs a human touch kind of way. In the, like, this is not going to get what you want from this, right? You're gonna have this on your phone to look at for 10 seconds, and then you're gonna scroll past it like you do everything else, right? But the actual art that you engage with, right? The shows that you watch, the movies that you watch, the comics that you read, require artist intention. It does. It does. It requires a set of choices made by the artist in order to craft a product. Love the choices or hate the choices, that's part of what makes the product the product. You're not going to AI generate Invincible. It's never going to happen. Not the fact that the technology won't get to the point where you can generate like moving pictures, but that Invincible as a story is only the story that people like to engage with because of the choices that the creators of the story made. That's it. That's it. That's it. And that goes for every story. Every story that you engage with, including the Marvel slop, right? It's only a story that you are engaging with because of the intentional choices that the people creating the story made. Right? So yeah, like have this as your background on your phone or whatever, you know? Have this still image of you generated in this style on the background of your phone and enjoy that. It's not going to give you the art that it thinks or you think you're going to get from it. Right? It's not. I already know this take, which is, right, by the way, is not lost to me that less than a year ago you were advocating for students to cheat their way through college, which they still should. That doesn't change. You should, like, as a student, you know, do what you can do to get your degree. Right? If it's between failing a class and passing a class, do what you got to do. Right? It doesn't change the fact that, like, the education system in America is not conducive for, like, learning. It's memorization. It's you regurgitate what was put into you onto the test. That's it. That's it. If you're a comp sci student, you will and you have to take a botany course, get yourself some help. If you're a comp sci student and you have to take a botany course, get yourself some help. Just don't get caught. Oh yeah, just don't get caught. Right? If you get caught, it's not on me. It's not my fault. Right? But like, if you're paying freaking $80,000, and like, again, it's like between passing and failing a class, just taking a little pick at your notes a little bit. So we tell you to not do it. No, you have to actually learn the information. Nobody's learning the information, right? If the school wanted you to actually learn the information, it would not be set up in the way that it is. Genuinely. If a school wanted you to learn the information, it would not be set up the way that it is. We need to fully restructure our education system before we even imply that students have to like abide by the strict rules of like standards of conduct. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I will say, in the same way the artists feel about AI art, I feel that the art form of cheating has been lost now. Right? What I think is a positive and a negative. Right? Back in my day, you had to struggle and grind, which I never did, by the way. I've never cheated in my life, especially in university. But if I were to have done it in the past, right? You had to like struggle, right? You had to grind to cheat. You did, right? But now you don't have to do that anymore with like ChatGPT or whatever. But I'm glad that it puts Chegg out of business. I am. Back in the day, you had to have a Chegg membership to see the answer to the problems that you have, or to post new questions and stuff. And if it makes Chegg go out of business, by all means, I hate Chegg. You should never, if you are going to cheat, don't cheat. But if you are going to cheat, never use Chegg, because Chegg will 100% collude with your university to snitch on you. This is something I've talked about before, right? And it has happened, is that if your university believes that you cheated and believes that you used Chegg, Chegg will cooperate with them to provide your, device UID, your IP address, or any identifiable information, the account that is used on or the email that's used on your Chegg account, right? They will provide all of that to the school if they ask. Your name on your credit card, right? They will collude, right? And they've said this before, right? Here's the info Chegg actually stares in an official investigation. Worse than you think. So I've seen several posts such as this that claim that during the investigation, IP addresses and such are not shared for both the poster and the viewer. However, it does actually get shared. Here is exactly what the information they get during a Chegg investigation looks like. This is the Excel file that shares all the details. Excel files are what all universities and colleges will receive when simply requesting a Chegg investigation. They don't even have to specify the information that they're looking for. Rather, Chegg will provide them with all of it. There are two tabs at the bottom. One shares the asker's details, and the other shares the viewer's details. Please note I blacked out our emails and university's names so they don't show up. Here. Question date, answer date, asker's user ID, asker's first and last name, asker's email, asker's IP address, asker's school name, question and answer. And then if you view the question, it shows the view date, the viewer ID, the question ID, viewer's first and last name, the viewer's email, the viewer's IP address, and the viewer's school name. I used Chegg to figure out one question that was worth 5 marks and almost got expelled. Because I was in good academic standing, they let me go with a warning, but I know other people in class used it for entire math assignments in uni. That they had to fail those students. I still never dare click on a Chegg link, and I've graduated. I feel like no one uses Chegg anymore. They use ChatGPT. That's my point, right? If ChatGPT kills Chegg, it would be a net benefit on society. Maybe not a net benefit on society. ChatGPT is still pretty bad. I just hate Chegg. I hate Chegg. What are your thoughts on those apps that let you do live coding during leak code interviews? I've seen it and I am aware of it. I don't like leak code in general. I think it's stupid. I think it's dumb. We could take a look at it actually. There's a Fireship video about it.
Yesterday, 21-year-old Roy was kicked out of the prestigious Columbia University.
Don't you check it has wrong answers? Not necessarily. Check is not like all wrong answers, right? There are some correct answers on check, but like you're not gonna like it's not the best choice for you, especially nowadays.
And that's because Roy has been a very bad boy. He used the power of JavaScript to make an application that can help you ace your technical interview, no matter how unprepared, nervous, or just plain dumb you might be. You see, Roy's app is not like other technical interview prep products out there. It's an invisible and undetectable AI that automatically guides you through technical interview questions as they happen in real time on a video call. And it actually works. Roy used his own tool to get real offers from big companies, including Meta, TikTok, Capital One, and Amazon. He then made a video explaining how he did this, and that brought great shame on these companies. The offers were quickly rescinded, and Amazon desperately tried to scrub the internet of the video where Roy showed the entire process from start to finish. They also tattled on him to Columbia, and now he's officially kicked out. In today's video, we'll go deeper into this rabbit hole and find out just how broken the modern technical interview process really is. It is March 27th, 2025, and you're watching The Code Report. First of all, I want to be clear that I do not endorse this product, nor do I even recommend using it. This is a wholesome, family-friendly channel that does not condone cheating, but I do appreciate how the app's marketing gets right to the point. LeetCode. Collectively, developers have wasted billions of hours on this website, mastering complex data structure and algorithm problems to land a job tweaking.
I mean, probably, but like maybe they should identify maybe the LeetCode coding interviews are not the best, most conducive way to hire people, you know. But I mean, the only reason that it exists in the first place is the fact that like the industry has grown so much that he's gonna talk about it in this video that they need some way to like weed out the you know or cut down the numbers. Not even weed out people, but like cut the numbers down artificially, right? They might as well just like flip a coin, and if it's on heads, everybody who has the names M through Z gets removed from the application pool. And if it's tails, everybody who's A through N gets removed from the application pool or whatever.
CSS colors and centering divs.
You have stolen my dreams and my childhood.
Getting a job as a developer is an extremely cruel process. Tech companies want you to spend months grinding LeetCode to prepare in order to make their interview process cheaper. And I have nothing against LeetCode, it's great at what it does. Understanding algorithms is important for any programmer, but most LeetCode style questions
it's exactly like the SAT. This is just the SAT redone again, but for like coding. You know what I mean? That's all it is, right? It's just a matter of like, how much money and time can you pour into like prep and study and even just going through other interviews, right? And it's people who have more time to prep and study will just do better and perform better, right? Like as a college student, if you can afford to spend 8 hours, a day on Saturday and Sunday on the weekends to just push out LeetCode problems, then you're going to be better off, better suited than like, if you're just in college trying to be a college student. Or if you've graduated, right? If you have to like, if you can spend 6 months just studying the top 23 types of LeetCode problems, so you can actually do that in any language provided, or that you can, or whatever languages, then you can do that. But if you like, oh, you're poor and you have to get a job and you have to work for 8 to 10 hours a day, is it 75? I don't freaking know. I don't do LeetCode. If you have to work 8 to 10 hours a day to provide for yourself, then you can't do that. You can't. And that's sort of the issue, is that it's inherently unequitable on top of like unequitability. But with the white Chinese movement, like what does that mean? Like white people in China?
Abstract and impractical. It's mostly just an efficient way for companies to filter out people from highly competitive jobs. But the trade-off is that it puts an unnecessary amount of pressure on those looking for a job. Like you might have 20 years of experience and exceptional practical skills, but because you couldn't optimize a longest substring search with a hash map, you're still unemployed and can't even pay your kids' orphanage bills. Well, that's not okay with Roy. His app works by taking screenshots of a problem in real time, then runs them through a large language model that generates a realistic path for humans to pretend like they're actually solving the problem. It runs as an undetectable overlay for screen sharing software and also moves the window around the screen so your eyes don't.
I'll give him credit. I'll give him credit. This is a very smart idea just for like a proof of concept project.
Focus on the cheating material, and these techniques bypass software used by the interviewers to detect cheating. It actually works, and he got offers from FANG companies like Meta and Amazon. And it's poetic that the very companies who have publicly stated that their goal is to automate software development with AI still need to hire humans and are having their interview process totally ruined by AI. Amazon doesn't like poetry though, and when they found out that Roy cheated, they snitched on him to Columbia and demanded that proper action be taken. Well, based on this confidential do not distribute letter that Roy posted on Twitter, he's been kicked out of Columbia and can no longer.
Which doesn't make much sense to me, because maybe if he would have accepted the offers, I could see an issue there. But like, he didn't accept any of the offers. So what's the problem? So he's suspended and is eligible to return next year. Not that bad, actually.
Receive an elite indoctrination, or education. But I think this kid is going places. They're one of the few tech companies actually making the world a better place by distributing birth control devices for free. And just like Bill Gates and Zuckerberg, who both dropped out of Harvard, or myself, who dropped out of University of Phoenix, Roy is on the right track to become a tech bro billionaire. His app is already on track to do over $2 million in revenue this year. But I think more than anything, this whole situation proves that software engineers are not yet.
Now, that's what's interesting to me, is that, you know, good for him, get his bag. Like, on track to make $2 million a year is you know, crazy. Making $200K in a month is also crazy. The problem is that if you are a person who is buying this software, you got a solid 3 months, maybe a solid 3 months until there is widespread industry adoption to counter software, right? Because Roy is going to be fighting with like the screen sharing companies to, like, you know, not to be detected, essentially. And so you're going to see deeper, like, rootkit, you know, kernel level access of screen shares that checks for this software. And if it has a software installed on your computer, they'll just fail you anyway. So like, he's not going to make it to $2 million a year. He's not. He won't do it. He won't do it. They're gonna find a fix to this, and they're gonna counter it, and then he's gonna be kind of cooked. But hey, maybe one company will be like, I like your ingenuity, let's have you, we'll hire you, and then he'll get a job or whatever. But that's really it.
This year. But I think more than anything, this whole situation proves that software engineers are not yet obsolete. Because if AI can do the interview, then it should also be able to do the job. But it can't, because otherwise they wouldn't be hiring a human. And that means you should start mastering programming for free right now, thanks to this video sponsor, Brilliant.
Use second PC and screen cap. The problem is that they have like eye tracking software that are supposed to like make sure you can't use a second monitor. Oh. What you could do, what I think you could probably on Mac, some screen sharing software based in WebRTC, can already see his tool. What you could do is do some sort of like pass through type thing. It's like having like a capture card, and then pass it through to like your another monitor, and then use that entire second monitor. Like how I do with like capturing my PS5 gameplay. And just send like the original data into like a third computer that gets sent to the, or gets screen shared. Something like that. I don't know. That's probably something you can do. If you really cared enough to cheat, you can probably cheat. But, you know, I don't care enough to, honestly. But yeah, that's a thing. Wait, Hassan already has a video about this? There's also Francesca's video about I'm okay with being banned from TYT. But yeah, I don't know. I just we're at this weird state in society. Oh, I also want to look at this as well. We're at a weird state in society where it's just like we are kind of cooked a little bit. Dear Professor Name, I'm writing to follow up on I'm writing to follow up on what we discussed in class about my essay being flagged as AI generated. I want to say it again. I didn't use any AI tools on my essay, and the essay is my own work. A professor friend of mine recently got a paper submission whose first sentence was gladly here's a version rewritten with some spelling errors. We are so cooked it's not even funny. And this is what makes me mad. Not even the fact that people are using AI to cheat, because like again, people have cheated for like all of society. There's a section of like teacher or professor, internet, Twitter, TikTok, or whatever that is like, oh man, kids aren't even doing their own work nowadays. Like, be real. Kids were never doing their own work. Kids were never doing their own work ever. Like, let's be entirely accurate. Kids were cheating forever. Since the dawn of education, kids were finding ways to cheat. This is not a new thing. But what makes me mad, right? What pisses me off is the fact that we're not even cheating well. We're not even cheating correctly. That's what makes me mad. That's what makes me mad. Like, there's not even like, this is how I feel about like bank robbers and crimes, right? People be like, oh, crimes are bad or whatever. Like, if you're going to commit a crime, which I'm saying that you probably should not commit any crimes, but if you're going to commit a crime, at least don't be a stupid criminal. At least be a smart criminal. Like, don't leave your DNA at the scene, right? Don't take your mask off before getting to somewhere that's safe. Like, I don't get mad at people who are criminals doing crimes. I get mad at stupid criminals who are stupid doing crimes. In the same way that I don't get mad at cheaters who cheat in school, I get mad at stupid cheaters. Why did you not even read? You couldn't even read the email you submitted? You deserve to get kicked out. I view it just like the tuning exams. If you've seen Naruto and you've seen the tuning exams, that's how I view it. That's how I view it. If you're so stupid that you get caught cheating, you deserve to get kicked out. You deserve to get kicked out. You deserve it. If you are so dumb to get caught cheating, you deserve to be kicked out. Right? If you're going to cheat, do it in a way that makes sense. If you're going to cheat, do it in a way that, like, you don't get caught. And maybe care a little bit. A tad bit. Like, there's one thing to, like, okay, also, I'm thinking a lot of analogies because this makes me mad. It's like how I feel about, like, rich white kids shoplifting. Right? There's one thing about shoplifting because you need it out of necessity and you don't have the means to buy it. And there's another thing to be a rich white kid who shoplifts for the thrill of it. You know? There's one thing about cheating, about like you genuinely don't have the time, or you forgot an assignment, or you didn't study because you were busy, or you made a mistake. It's one thing to cheat during that, but it's another thing to like maliciously not have the time and to be so lazy as though you like don't even read. Like you know how stupid it had to have been to have gone to ChatGPT and saying, rewrite this essay with some spelling mistakes, paste the essay in, press enter, copy and paste the entire thing, like Control C the entire thing, Control V, and then turn it in without even reading the first line? Do you not know how insane that is? You couldn't even have read the first line? It's line number 1. Like, you're not even going to be like, okay, let me make sure that this thing actually did what I asked it to do. And that's kind of the problem. That's kind of the issue. People don't view like ChatGPT and AI as things that can make mistakes, right? But instead as like, oh, this is a magic box, right? I put a note in magic box, out pops a burger. Like, oh, magic box. I put note in magic box, give me burger. Burger pops out. I eat burger. Burger moldy. You look down, the burger's full of mold. You could have looked down before you took a bite of the burger. That's how stupid it is. That's how dumb it is. You put note saying, give me burger in magic box. Burger pops out, eyes closed, you're full raw dog in the burger without even looking to see if it actually gave you a burger. He could have gave you a hot dog. He could have gave you shellfish and you could be allergic to shellfish. You just had to look and just look at the burger. Why would you not just look at the burger? It doesn't make any sense. You deserve it. If you ask for a burger through a magic black box, you have no idea what's happening there, right? And you just eat it without looking at the burger and it's moldy and you get sick, you deserve to get sick. You deserve it. You couldn't even spare 2 seconds to read the first line of the essay? 2 seconds. Bro, that's what makes me mad, honestly. Honestly. Right? This is true as well, though. When society has spent decades instilling the idea that university is seen as only a expensive obstacle to getting a degree and a job, it makes a lot more sense that students wouldn't respect education and will use whatever unethical tools they can to make it easier. True. 100%. 100%. But like, at least care a tiny amount, right? From a perspective of like, it is a very expensive barrier, right? Okay, this person's stupid. What do you mean? What do you... What do you... Oh, it's free Syria, Ukraine, and Palestine. Tankies are fascists. Okay. It's not free Syria, Ukraine, Palestine, tankies are fascists. Oh, I was so confused. I was like, what? I was like, what? The importance of the Oxford comma? Yeah. What is Hacker News saying? I just don't get why people are still bullish about LLMs. I get so confused about this. I play around, test, and mess around with LLMs all the time. And they are miraculous, just amazing, doing things we dreamed about for decades. I mean, I can ask for some obscure, subtle nuance where I misspell words and mess up my question and it figures it out. It talks to me like a person. It generates really cool images. It helps me write code. It tons of other stuff that astounds me. And people are just sit around unimpressed and complaining that like, well, it isn't perfect super intelligence that understands everything perfectly. This is the most amazing technology I've experienced as a 50+ year nerd that's been deep in tech for basically my whole life. This is the stuff of science fiction where while there are totally no limitations, the speed in which it's progressing is insane. People are like, well, I can't write code like a senior engineer with 20 years of experience. Crazy. Well, technology is not just less than super intelligence for many applications. It's less than a prior form of intelligence like rational, traditional search, and stack exchange. True, exactly. Which are easily accessible for 3 years ago and are in the process of being displaced by LLMs. I find this outcome unimpressive, 100%. And this tweeter's complaints do not sound like a demand for... Wait, where's the tweet at? And the tweeter's complaints does not sound... maybe this is what like the Hacker News calls the post, I guess. Not sound like a demand for super intelligence. It sounds like a demand for something that is far more basic than the hype that's been promised for years now. They continue to fabricate links, references, and quotes like they did from day one. I asked them to give me a source on an alleged quote. I clicked the link and it returns a 404 error. Why have these companies not manually engineer out a problem like this by now? Just do a check to make sure the link is real. It seems pretty unimpressive to me. they reference scientific publication. I look it up, it doesn't exist. I've tried Gemini, and it's worse than and it was even worse in that it frequently refuses to even search for a source, instead giving me instructions on how to do it myself. I also use stuff for quick estimates on how for orders of magnitude, and gets it wrong all the time. Yesterday I uploaded a paper to GPT, asked to write a summary, and it told me the paper is from 2023 when the header the PDF clearly says from 2025. Yeah. Click the highlight right at the header rather. I clicked this. Oh. That's stupid. I genuinely don't understand why some people are so bullish about LLMs. I use ChatGPT, Grok, Gemini, Mistral, etc. every day in hopes that it will save me time for searching for information and summarizing it. They continue to fabricate links, reference quotes, and like they did from day one. I asked them to give me a source and legit quote. I already read this. Okay, happens all the time. Yes, it's gotten somewhat better in the past 2 years with in that with deep search, and changed the thought about 50 to 60% or so of the references that exist. But by my personal estimate, currently GPT-4.0 deep research is the best one. Grok in particular often doesn't include references even when asked. If it's it can't seem to link even to tweets, it's hugely frustrating. Yes, I've tried Gemini, and it's actually even worse than frequently refuses to search for a source. Yeah, I read that already. It also estimates. I already read this as well. Yes, it uploaded a paper. Okay, yeah, I read this as well. I sense that a lot of people now think knowledge graphs will fix the LM issue, but no, they will not. They cannot. Even in the case where knowledge graphs would prevent logical inconsistencies 100%, there are still text constructions that are perfectly logically consistent and have zero relation to reality. Companies will keep pumping LMs until the day a newcomer puts it forward a different type of AI model that will swiftly outperform them. On that day, it will become apparent that a lot of companies have been hugely overvalued and be very backwards stock market. This is 100% correct. Yeah. Yeah, this is 100% correct. Right, I think a lot of people are trying to, like shove a square peg into a round hole. Not the best person saying it, but it's true. I don't even know who this is, honestly. But like LLMs are not like fixing the issue. And the problem is like people don't want, and this is what pisses me off as well. People like to claim that like, oh, AI will like help society. And I was on this train as well, like a few years ago. I was like, AI is gonna help society. It'll be like, it's a good auxiliary thing to like push society forward. The problem is like they don't want AI to assist, right? They don't want AI to be a supplement. They want AI to do the thing. Companies want AI to do the thing because it costs less than paying like workers to do the thing as well, right? They don't want their users to use AI to become more productive. They want to use AI to replace the workers so they can save money. That's it. That's it, right? And this was always going to be the case under capitalism, right? Capitalism seeks to find the most effective way to basically penny pinch, to save money, to reduce costs and increase profits. And that always comes with paying workers, right? In pretty much every business, the highest cost is labor costs, right? The highest cost is labor costs. And so, yeah, sure, as a Twitter user, not this, where is that? As a Twitter user, this may be cool and fun for like a luxury, right? And this person is a crypto guy, so not to talk about this person either. But like, companies will use this technology to replace workers if we don't actually get ahead of it. That's just the case.
You know when you meet someone.
New Studio Ghibli drop? No, I don't. I think it's disgusting. The AI Studio Ghibli shit is.
In my opinion, the only ethical AI art is when artists create their own AI and feed their own art, generate more of their art. All artists are created still owned by the artist. I mean, but even then, like, that is done. Okay. There's a few issues with that. The problem is like AI as a general term doesn't make sense, right? Because like, what does that mean? Are we talking about like generative AI where like an artist makes an AI of their own art for like what purpose? Right? For what purpose? Right? Or we're talking about like the Miles Morales artist creating a model of like the lines on the face of the Miles Morales character for into the Spider-Verse to like speed up their workflow, right? That's one thing which we have to have a conversation about. But like an individual artist making AI of their own art done for like what purpose? Especially recently, a drama in the art community. I saw the Ross Draws thing. Like I saw Sam Does Art have a video. I didn't watch the video, but I did see the video. This video.
What's up, guys? Welcome back. Please buckle up. This is gonna be a crazy
video, in my opinion. You can send that video. I just know that this video exists. Right? Hey, we have the same chain. That's not ethical though, because the tool itself was built off the backs of hundreds of thousands, not millions of pieces of stolen art. Not necessarily. Like that. Again, this also comes from like a misunderstanding of how the tool is made. Right? That comes from the models. So if you have a model that is trained just based upon the artist's own work, that doesn't have to come off the backs of like other stolen artists, right? Like that, the models, previous models that have perfected the technology, maybe so like tangentially, like, oh well, like if the people who created this technology didn't test it on other people's art first, then maybe now the technology wouldn't exist to do like exist now. But there is a mechanism where starting from zero, you can provide like a AI service or software or like a stable diffusion type thing with a set of images, and it can learn and train off of those images exclusively and not other people's art. And so there is a conversation about that. My question is just like, why would you do it if not for like if not for trying to like commodify your own art, you know? Like, is that fulfilling for artists? And I don't know. I don't know. Or is it done to like try to sell more pieces of art? Because like, if you're an artist and you're like, hey, I can just train this off of my own art and it be like ethical and I can sell it to these normie losers who don't care, like, I don't know.
What's up, guys? Welcome back. Please buckle up. This is gonna be
if you want to do that, then I'm like, I guess the problem is just like you don't consider the fact that like in order you can just take the art you just created and just make their own model of that. But like again, I don't know why you would do this.
Crazy video. Here's the situation. So Ross Draws, who happened to be one of my biggest inspirations when I first started out, is now getting canceled for using AI in his work, as well as not wanting to pay his employees. We are so cooked, boys. Now, to be honest with you guys, even though I never go outside, I'm actually not as chronically online as you guys think. So this issue would have probably flown under my radar if it weren't for a couple of you guys commenting on my last video, saying stuff to me like, why are you staying silent on these allegations? And why would I listen to an artist who uses AI in their work? First of all, that's offensive. Second of all, what did I do? Bro, could you imagine how confused I was? So I thought, okay, you guys must have got the wrong guy. And you did. Turns out it wasn't about me. It was about Ross. And apparently in 2025, we still can't tell Asians apart. I mean, bro, be for real. Do we look alike? We're not even the same breed of Asian. Anyway, so thanks to my newfound haters, I found out about this issue and I decided to do some digging because I'm nosy. So I just followed the scent of the tea.
I've been outside with the art community because of this stuff for a while. I went back and watched, because I used to watch Ross Draws as well. Because I was a young lad trying to learn how to draw. And so I did my whole like, you know, YouTube and how to draw videos type thing. And so he was a talented artist. Now you're chill. We'll just watch this one. He was a talented artist, but like, you know, I looked him up after I saw this video. Not the video, but I saw like the title of the video. I was like, what is Ross Draws even doing? And I found out that he's kind of washed a little bit. Right? He's barely posted in the last 2 years. And I was just like, bro, what? And when he has posted, it was just like 20,000, 25,000. I mean, he has like 1.47 million subscribers. Like, I was like, that's kind of sad. Is that because Ross hired my senpai to work on animations and art for him in the past? I hope he got paid.
Here we are. Now in this video, I want to address the two main issues, which number one is AI usage. Number two is not paying somebody who works for you. If you guys have been following me for any amount,
I think in its current state, the second one is definitely worse than the first one. Not saying the first one is good. Like if you are an artist using AI, like the artist community has the right to like have an issue with that. But like, yeah, I would like to hear the situation first though.
time you probably would have heard me say at some point that Ross was one of my biggest inspirations and one of my art heroes at the very start of my YouTube/social media journey. He inspired me and showed me the possibility not only of art, but also of the career path that you could take in art. His energy was contagious, and I loved seeing another Asian dude just being on the top of his game. I was like, that could be me. Today, I would consider myself and Ross to be acquaintances. We don't talk, but we do know each other. And the one time that we did actually interact was at Lightbox Expo 2022. We had some great conversations that weekend. We ran a panel together, which was a fantastic time. He even took Ethan Becker, Ergo Josh, a couple of his employees, as well as myself, out to dinner afterwards, all of which he paid for because we...
Wasn't Ergo Josh also canceled recently for using AI? Or was that something else?
were guests in his city. And at one point, I remember I tried to buy something from his store from one of his employees, and bro just like spawns in out of nowhere and just refuses my money. So my personal experience with Ross is he's a very kind person.
It'll be a huge thing. It's gonna become more and more prevalent, right? So Ergo Josh and Ross Draws are gonna be like the pariahs for now, but like it's going to be a thing that you're going to see other artists start to do as well. Like maybe as AI becomes more and more prevalent and as artists feel like they need to use it to keep up. You know, the Hassan uses AI art in much controversy, whether or not any of it is true. I don't think it's true. But again, you have to ask Hassan about this. I don't know.
And he has been nothing but kind to me. Throughout all of my interactions with him, I've had no reason to think otherwise. I really like the guy from the time that we spent together, and I mean it when I say that I wish him all the best, and I don't have any bad blood towards him. He has been a huge inspiration to not only myself, but a lot of other art babies in the community, which is why we got to address the issues that we're going to address today. Now, here's a quick summary of the situation. So there's a guy named Fen who used to work for Ross. Fen helped Ross at conventions, and they sort of seemed like they were friends because Ross would always go to Fen for advice. And Fen recently came out with a 20-page Google Doc expose on Ross and the problematic things that he thinks Ross does.
This is why you don't have friends in the creator space. They will stab you in the back.
So obviously, anytime you take dirty laundry onto the internet, it gets messy. As you would expect, this basically started a whole hate campaign against Ross. Ross has been posting about his new pet recently, and a lot of people in the comments are clearly not very happy with the guy. And I think it's hilarious how I got caught in the crossfire. That's just my luck, man. Sam does death by friendly fire. Now, I've gone through every single page, every single sentence, every word, every punctuation in this document, and the two main issues are AI and not paying your employees. Now, the first one that I want to talk about is the AI problem. Now, let's pull this up. So Fen says this is a more serious accusation, and it absolutely is. Ross is working on a new project right now, which is just another art book, and I can't in good conscience recommend anyone to buy it. That's because all of this is AI, including his Instagram profile picture. He has shown to me and admitted to me in person that he has used AI for this, and Fen claims that he's well aware that some of these images aren't released yet to the public, but the ones that will be released will have been painted over to hide any traces of AI. Now, if this were true,
Okay, wait, okay. I'm gonna need something more than that. Like, I hate when people just say this is AI without establishing how it's AI. Sam touches on it a little bit. I'm not reading the entire document, but like, did he use AI to generate like base images to just draw over them? And if so, to what extent did he use AI to like, to draw over like an arm or a limb, the entire thing? Did he use AI to create the characters and he just redrew the I need to, like, to what extent was AI used in the process? Where in AI was used there?
That would genuinely be quite
And
problematic.
that's an accusation, but I ain't reading all that. True.
Fenn says, I know any proof I have around this is sparse because he's very intentional with when and how he shares his images, and he's attached this painting that Ross has done along with the draft painting. Now, his claim here is that the leg armor in the draft painting is strangely formed, is asymmetrical to the other leg armor, and has more detail than the final piece, which he alleges that Ross painted over to hide his AI usage in the draft process. Now, obviously, just by looking at these pieces, we cannot definitively claim that these are made by
AI garbage, but you don't know to what extent that is. Like, you have no clue. And that's the problem. You just hear AI, you say AI bad, instead of being like, to what extent was AI used here, right? So you can actually be critical of what it is, right? And not care, unfortunately, as an artist, but you have to be critical because you have to define how much AI was used, because there needs to be proof there. You can't just say that's AI and be like, everybody's like, get him, he's used AI. Establishing how much AI was used in the process is a part of the proof process. It's a part of the evidence process, right? It is. It's necessary because have been instances where artists have been harassed off the internet because somebody accused them of using AI because their art looked weird when they didn't use AI. It's necessary to be accurate about these things, right? I don't think AI should be used in art at all, and that's fine. But again, it's necessary to be accurate about these things, right? Because a part of the allegation is you have to define how it was used. If you don't want it to be used at all, then fine, then chill. It's still necessary to define how it was used as a part of the evidence process, a part of levying an accusation, right? Because if your evidence is just this looks weird, therefore it must be AI, right? Your audience and the people who will look at the allegation are going to take that and then use that against other people, which they have been doing, right? You need more than just this looks weird or this is asymmetrical, right? Because then the regular audience, people who just enjoy art, who may not be artists themselves, are going to look at this other artist and be like, hey, this looks weird to me too. Let's attack this guy, which has been happening. And that's my point. When you are so quick to pop off on the hinges when you hear the term AI be used, right? You're going to get people who don't use AI caught in the crossfire. And so I think it's necessary, if you're going to levy allegations of usage of AI, you have to be very specific in how that it's used, right? And how in the process it was used and what the workflow was, right? Very intentional about what you're accusing somebody of, so that people understand that, like, okay, not everything that looks weird or looks off is AI. That's my point. I'm not saying that Ross doesn't use AI. I'm not saying that his friend was incorrect for calling him out for it, right? But I'm saying that we as society need to be very intentional, right, about what we call AI and what we accuse of being AI and what proof the AI is, right? Okay, but in this case, it was pretty clear. Maybe, right? Maybe we'll get to that in a second. I'm just saying that I need more than it looks weird. That's what I'm saying. I need more than it looks weird. Artists can do things for a number of different reasons. It can look weird for a number of different reasons. Right? But I'm saying, like, if you think that AI was used to generate the armor that it was then painted over, right? Sure. That's what is necessary to call out, right? You can't just say, like, oh, this piece is AI. Because that's the problem. If you say that this piece is AI, what does that mean? For the normal audience, if you're like, oh, because the leg looks weird, this piece is AI, the audience is going to take that and they're going to run with it, and they're going to start accusing other artists of using AI because the armor looks weird. Which is bad. That is a bad thing. And again, this has happened. It has already happened. I'm pretty sure this account has made a video of it. Where is it at? 'Cause I've seen it. It was a while ago. That an artist was chased off of the internet because there was a tweet that said, you use AI They got like 100,000 likes, and then like it wasn't AI anyway. How long ago was it? I mean, also shout out this this channel for finding their lane. They were getting like, you know, not a lot of views until like you hit the AI stuff. 600,000 views. Respect. But now I can't find what I was freaking looking for. I don't remember how long ago it was, but it was a thing. I want to find this. You guys know that I'm not freaking lying. Okay, it was probably after this. I can't tell. These thumbnails hurt my eyes. These thumbnails hurt my eyes. I don't know. The channel seems weird. It's just like a lot of just like, oh, this AI artist gets called out. And it's a lane to be in, I guess. I'm not the biggest fan of just being like the entire output being like, this is the newest AI artist. Let's all call them out, guys, or whatever. Like it's whatever. I'm trying to find a. Let me see if I find it. Twitter. Oh, here it is. Actually, Sam had a video on it specifically.
Holy cow, guys, this is bad. This is real bad. Well, guys, we've got some more issues coming out of Twitter. So the other day I was scrolling on my timeline, wasting my life away, and I came across this. Somebody posted, "This is insane. A legitimate artist bullied out of existence. For what reason?" And just like that, I was hooked, man. I was like, what is going on? At what point does this kind of stuff start to deserve actual consequences? This platform is so unbelievably hostile to artists at this point, I don't even know what to say. So this tea seemed to be boiling hot. Naturally, I wanted to find out more. So I click on this post, and apparently, this person on Twitter decided to make an AI call out post about another artist's work, and it resulted in this. So the artist deleted their account, they're gone forever, and everybody is big mad right now. You can see this post was only made a few days ago, and it's gotten 176,000 likes and 8 million views.
176,000 likes.
This kind of blew up. And just before we dive into this issue, I shouldn't have to say this, but please don't send hate to anybody involved in this video. Let's all be decent human beings. So let's first take a look at the original post calling out the AI art. It says, "I can't unsee it," and these are all the points that kind of make this person suspicious that this piece might have been made from.
And then a random Twitter user was just like, long arm, no ribs, AI, WTF, push more, broken, weak, accusing a random artist of using AI and bullied them off the internet. So my point is not that you can't be mad at AI. My point is not that you can't call out people for using AI. My point is when you're not specifically targeted about what your critique is, and you don't have any evidence about using AI, and you're basically just witch hunting people, artists, right? It's unproductive. It's unproductive. It is unproductive. If you don't know anatomy, doesn't mean it's AI. Anatomy is hard, or it could be stylistic. What else? It's unproductive. And so before you pop off on the hinges about something being AI, we need to cancel this person or whatever, understanding that like false positives do happen, right? And being careful about and being very pointed about what you are considering AI and not AI is important. Before you like see AI in a Twitter post calling somebody out, you like the tweet, right? And be like, yeah, get that artist or that fake artist, that AI artist or whatever. Maybe there's a real person who actually drew this. And maybe just taking 10 seconds to think, am I getting so mad at this for no reason? Without any evidence? Am I projecting my hatred of AI and my anger at the existence of AI onto this random person on Twitter with no evidence of it actually being AI? Just taking 10 seconds to do that. 10 seconds to think, maybe I'm not in the correct here, or potentially. Maybe I need to see more evidence before I, chase this artist off the internet. Ripping up twos, that's crazy. Bro, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Not you. Okay, I don't care. You guys get argued in chat. As long as you're not talking about me, because I'm being genuine. I'm being normal. As long as people aren't selling it and saying that they made it, just leave these little artists alone. I mean, not even, because like I think that there is a point to be had about like if they are look at in the situation, if AI was using this and he's selling it as though like if it wasn't AI used or whatever, then like sure you can get mad at that. My point is that we have to like be very poignant about what we are criticizing AI to be, right? We have to understand that like AI was used in this way, and that is a part of like presenting evidence that AI was used. Instead of just being like, oh, this entire piece was AI. Because I've seen that, right? I've seen people be like, oh, this entire piece is AI with like no evidence that was the case. I'm like, you gotta at least be like, just say like how AI was used. Like, oh no, this piece is like stylistically identical to like this other artist that I follow, right? And it's pretty similar to this one piece. I think AI was used. Like I think stuff like this is necessary. This is what leads to everyone saying that everything is AI, like every really clean drawing or odd photo. Yeah. This is pretty funny. I've got this cease and desist from Studio Ghibli. AI creators deserve protection, not punishment. Expression is sacred and imagination is not illegal. If I have to be a martyr to prove that, so be it. I'm assembling a legal team. Firms who believe this fight, reach out. Oh, if I was like somebody who was pro AI, I would be so mad at this person. You don't want the courts to rule on this. You would put your head down and go about your business. This is fake, by the way. He made it up. That's unfortunate. That would be funny though. But still, the point stands. You don't want a court to rule on this. It's fake, so I was so mad. Cause like courts have ruled on AI. And they said that like a comic that was made with using AI is uncopyrightable. Right? Uncopyrightable. This would not be ruled in the favor of AI. It wouldn't. I don't see courts sanctioning like ChatGPT or like Stable Diffusion or like other AI model. I don't know, freaking AI model companies or whatever. But I do 100% see courts saying if you use AI in any level of the process, you can't copyright it. Like I can definitely see that being the case in American courts. That it becomes uncopyrightable. There's no IP for AI. Right? So yeah. Usually stuff makes me want to ban the use of generative AI completely. The problem is you can't do that. right? Like, okay, maybe that you can't do that, but like you actually no, I'll say it, you can't do it, right? That would require sanctioning. It is back when it was just like DALL-E 2 4 years ago, 5 years ago, it would have been a lot easier. But now that it's like open source, like now that any random Tom, Dick, and Harry can just download an open source AI image generation like technology, it'll be very hard to like do an outright ban on like generative AI stuff. But what they can do is they can rule that it's uncopyrightable. They can rule for protections in artists in industry. But yeah, like a total outright ban of this technology just won't happen. Right? It's like Pandora's box. It's been opened. But yeah, his option is just to not make it copyrightable.
His images, and he's attached this painting that Ross has done along with the draft painting. Now, his claim here is that the leg armor in the draft painting is strangely formed, is asymmetrical to the other leg armor, and has more detail than the final piece, which he alleges that Ross painted over to hide his AI usage in the draft process. Now, obviously, just by looking at these pieces, we cannot definitively claim that these are made by AI. We've gotten to a point where it's...
Thank you. Not saying that it's not AI, but like, just by looking at the pieces, that's not like enough evidence to be like 100% AI was used here, right? Like it just, I 100%. I feel like having Ross come out and address this claim will be necessary. But like we need more from that. But if it is true that Ross was using AI deceptively, because I feel like if you use AI, I also think that you should have to tell people. Right? Especially if you're selling a product, if you're selling an art book that has AI usage, you have to tell people when AI was being used. Just like morally, right? If you want to use AI, I can't stop you. I'm not the arbiter of the world. But like you have to at least inform people that like the thing they're purchasing is not exactly what they think it is. They think it's all your drawings and it's drawings that you did with the help of, maybe some other people in certain instances. Also, you can just send the Stavi take. Like I'm not gonna go like look it up.
There's simply no way to tell. So some of these images don't actually set off my AI radar, but one that really does is this picture of the boy, like how the sweater kind of curves in and cuts into the silhouette of the shorts, even though it's supposed to be behind the shorts. That's a classic thing you might expect an AI to do. The bottom of the trunk of the shorts just don't really make much sense. Like, is that supposed to be a shadow? Is that supposed to be the other side of the shorts? And there's also strange artifacts here that looks like the color of the skin of the leg that's kind of bleeding into the top of the shorts. And honestly, Ross is a great artist. He's great at what he does, and I don't think this is like the kind of mistakes or the marks that Ross would make in a painting. But hey, again, just like the rest of you guys, I have no way to know for sure. Now, what we do know is Ross has made a statement on this topic.
I think that's a little bit more of like, yeah, that's weird. That should be looked at a little bit. But like, again, there's just not really a way to know for sure.
His AI usage. I'm going to link that down below along with the Google Doc. Ross says, out of the 600 plus published pieces of art I've created over the past 16 years, 5 have had some AI influence. I now recognize that I should have been more thoughtful and aware of the broader conversations around the subject. He then goes on to say, for my most recent book project, I briefly explored AI in the concept phase, but I made the clear decision to remove it to ensure the final work is entirely my own. This book is a reflection of my artistic vision, and I want to reassure you there is no AI in it. Now, you know what?
I think that's fair, honestly. Like, there's a very new technology that comes up that has some like ethical implications, and you as an artist are like, well, okay, what if I just see just a little bit? You're just like, nope, don't like it, let's get that out of here. You know what I mean? I think that's entirely fair. I think that is entirely fair. And I don't think you should be like hung hung at the gallows, right? You should be crucified for doing that. Now, whether or not he's telling the truth, right? Whether or not he's telling the truth is a whole nother thing. Right, but I think I think if he's upfront about trying and experimenting with AI and then deciding against it, hanged not hung, same difference, tomato potato. I think that's relatively fair.
Like AI now they're like, how did fucking computers become the thing and machines became the thing that does art? And humans are the ones in fucking Amazon warehouses. Yeah. Like, shouldn't the robots be working so we could paint? Why the fuck do you type like Superman with tits and blonde hair into a computer.
How did he find out my search history?
And the computer does it, and then it's like, but some guy's putting a 16-hour shift for no fucking money. Why aren't the robots the fucking slaves? How are humans the fucking slaves?
Yeah.
And we should have lives of leisure with the AI. It should be the coolest thing of all time, but that's not how it happens.
We need to get some Albanian robots.
We need to get some out that don't know. Yeah, exactly. You want them to be Albanian because they're not going to get smart like Skynet. They know their place.
Dude, it's well. You see that Chat GPT? It just. I
mean, he's not incorrect, right? Again, but the problem is like under capitalism, like there is this like transitionary period of like the utopia that like Stavi is talking about, where like the robots are doing all the work and the humans are being the creative people, right? But under capitalism, it dictates simultaneously, kind of just like how like immigrants are used as against American citizens, where they're there as like a looming threat of like, well, we could always fire you and bring in the migrants to work for cheaper than you, so you might as well not complain in order to keep things going normally. Yeah, it's like suppressed wages, right? So that happening while also simultaneously, having the robots make the slop content to like placate the proletariat, right? Like, oh, you guys like Marvel movies, right? You guys hate working, but you love to go see Avengers Endgame for the 15th time after you go home for your 16-hour shift. Well, what if we just give you 9 Avengers Endgames next year? Huh? That would be cool, right? And so they use AI to create more slop, to get people, keep people distracted from actually like, organizing, essentially. So it costs them no money to get the robots to make the slop, right? And it makes the workers go back to work again, because like, well, if you don't go back to work, we'll replace you with workers or with robots. So you better go back to work and not complain, but also go home and eat your slop again and come back again tomorrow morning. That's it. That's what society has come down to. I was discussing AI with my graphics professor last semester. We got to talk about regulation. He was like, no, that will lead to totalitarianism. Like, sir, I mean, your professor is stupid. Tell him that I said that. Confirmed.
I'll take his word for the reflection of my artistic vision, and I want to reassure you there is no AI in it. Now, you know what? I'll take his word for it. So obviously that statement is going to lend some credibility to what Fen had to say about the AI usage issue. Now, here are my thoughts on this. You guys by now probably know how I feel about AI, and just in case you don't, let me put it real clear and concise for you. I don't with it. Now, you guys may believe what you will, but for me, I think generative AI is the epitome of the devaluation of art, of trying to cut costs, trying to cut human labor, trying to cut money that goes to artists, and it really just cheapens art and sees it as a means to an end as opposed to an entire creative process and human expression. The way that it's going right now, I really don't believe that it's a technology that's here to help the everyday artist. It's actually gearing itself towards helping people who already have a lot of money
I agree with the way he's framing this, right? 100%.
more of their money instead of having to pay that money to hardworking artists. It's
True.
like the most dystopian take on art. And now, having heard all of that, you guys probably think I'm all for canceling AI art and just banishing anybody who uses it from the art community. But I'm actually not for that. I actually really don't believe that we should cancel people and belittle them for using AI as a part of their process. Now, in this specific case with Ross, I feel like Ross not disclosing his use of AI in some of his work is a huge mistake. I
agree. This is essentially my take, right? This is essentially my take coming from somebody who's a real artist instead of a fake artist like me.
Can all agree that transparency is very important on this topic. Like, yeah, personally, I will be disappointed if I find out you use AI in your work process and it's not something that I agree with. But guess what's going to disappoint me even more? Finding out that you used it and actually tried to hide it. And that kind of brings me back to the reason that I speak out.
100%. 100%. 100%. Right? Now the question is whether or not it would have ended up in the art book itself that he sold to people if like his editor friend person or his employee didn't come out and expose him. I don't know, and we would not know. But if that's the case, then yeah, Ross definitely should be held accountable for that, right? If he were to have released and sold images that, you know, people had the pretense that they thought that he created himself, but he used AI in the process and he didn't disclose that, that's scummy. It's gross. He shouldn't have done that at all. Right? The argument that AI can be used for reference at the same time, AI is incorrect a lot of the time when it comes to anatomy, so it's iffy.
out against canceling artists simply because they use AI. Because guess what? The more fear of backlash that we create around this topic of using AI in your workflow, the less transparency we'll get. There's less incentive for someone to come out and say, yes, I did use AI and admit to doing it. Because in this case, everyone who used...
True. 100%. Right? Because once AI makes things easier, right? If it does make things easier to create art, or for artists to create art, but it's like they have a fear of like speaking up on it because, or being transparent about it because they fear of being canceled. It's not that they're not going to do it, right? They're just going to do it and just try to hide it. It's going to become a game of like who can hide using AI the best. Instead of people being like, okay, this is art that was made entirely by human hands. This is art that was made entirely by AI. And this had some combination of between. And you as the consumer can choose what you want to engage with, right? Instead of being like, oh, no, this is all art that was made by human hands. But like, oh no, this leg here was made using AI. And the background here was made using AI. And oh, the face here was made using AI. You know what I mean? Like this guessing game is going to make things worse for everybody, which leads to things like these sort of witch hunts about like, oh no, this was definitely used, or AI definitely made this, right? We need a situation where like, if AI is going to be here, and if you are going to use it, you gotta be transparent, right? You gotta be transparent. You gotta tell people, right? Especially if you're selling the art, where AI fits into it. You gotta tell people that.
uses AI is going to be running scared. They're going to be looking over their shoulders to see if there's like a hate mob on the internet coming after them. And if you want that, if you support the harassment, you support the hate mobs.
Hiding AI art is a big thing right now because very big artists have been caught doing. Yeah. And like, I don't think it's going to stop. If I thought that like shaming and canceling people for it was going to stop it, I would agree with it, honestly. Like genuinely. If I genuinely thought that like, if we all just yelled at big artists who are hiding using AI or caught doing so, would stop AI from being in art, I would be 100% for it. I'd be like, yeah, we should just keep yelling at people and then it'll stop. It'll be done. We'll be sick, you know? The problem is I don't think that will happen. I don't think that people yelling at Ross Draws is going to stop, you know, insert big artist YouTuber number 465 who has 1 million followers from using AI themselves, right? They'll just be like, oh, okay, well, like, this is how he did it, and this is how he got caught. I just won't do it like that. I'll just do it differently. You know what I mean? I'll just do it differently. And then, like, it'll be a game of, like, just how much AI can you use before getting caught? And that's what people are going to start using. You know what I mean? It's unfortunate, but, like, I think, I don't want to be like a capitalist, let the market fix itself. I think forcing people to be transparent about it and then just not buying things with AI in it so that it's it's like, you know, not unproductive. What's the word? Unprofitable, right? For artists to use AI, then that's what my thoughts is.
Sorry, but you got to do some thinking. You got to like look in the mirror and look long and hard at yourself, bro. Now, my belief on this is, you know, we all work differently. We all have our own process. If someone wants to try AI, there's no one who can stop them. They have free will. But for people like us who don't really support AI, I think if there's someone around you who is using AI as a part of their work process, we could try instead to encourage them, right? To provide resources where they can learn how to actually do it, how to actually pick up the skill. Maybe we can share with these artists, you know, the way that we personally learn a certain subject, the things that we found difficult and the things to look out for. Give them some access to resources, guide them.
And I think that like for artists specifically, not like, you know, random, like, or the White House Twitter account who's posting like Studio Ghibli stuff, right? I think it's mostly about production, like just getting a high volume of stuff out to sell, because being an artist is not a very lucrative deal, right? It's the whole trope of like the starving artist, right? Being an artist doesn't pay a lot of money, but if you can, you know, increase the volume of work that you're selling, then you can make a lot more money in a shorter amount of time, right? And this is why you go back to like, you know, solving the issue of capitalism, right? If capitalism, the profit motive didn't exist, the people's material needs were actually met, you would see a lot less artists turning towards the shortcut, if you will, the AI, to increase their productivity and to increase their output in order to try to feed themselves, right? Like, it's not that Ross can't draw. Ross draws, as his name implies. He draws. The fact is that drawing, right, or creating pieces of art to sell, doing commissions, creating an art book, is a time-consuming process. And because it's also creative, it requires like a lot of effort, right? Creative energy imparting onto the piece of work you're creating, right? And so as somebody who needs to be able to pay the bills, as somebody who has or is trying to make money as an artist, you know, what harm is it in like, you know, creating 2 pieces of really good, fully human created art and then 5 pieces of AI generated art, right? And selling all of those to like, you know, increase your output like 3-4 times, right? Thus also increasing the amount of money you make 3 to 4 times. That's why I think we are seeing this happen in the first place.
Encourage instead of intimidate. My fear is I feel like a lot of people might turn to AI because they feel incompetent. They feel like their skill is not up to par. They lack the confidence to make what.
I don't even think it's that specifically. Yeah, it is capitalism. Right? I think it's more just. I'm gonna tell you, for people who could actually draw. I think it's part of it. It's like, you know, it's like a level of inadequacy, right? But also it's just they want to be able to survive in this world as an artist, and they have to increase their output in order to do that. So it's either they have to start, you know, selling pieces that are subpar, that are poor quality. But why would you do that when you can just have AI create something that's comparable for just like in like 10 seconds? Right? It's capitalism. Also incredibly taxing on the body. Serialized comic artists often deal with major health issues. And what artist hasn't had carpal tunnel? Yeah. Also, even people who can draw don't think they can draw sometimes. Yeah, that's true. That's what he's speaking about here specifically, like lack of confidence. Right?
Turn to AI because they feel incompetent. They feel like their skill is not up to par. They lack the confidence to make what they want to make. They might fall into the trap of thinking AI is going to generate cooler ideas than I can ever do, and it's going to make more art even faster. So I really fear that some people might be using it out of a lack of confidence in themselves and their ability to learn this skill, which is why, again, I say to encourage people, to help people. Another problem that I see is that a lot of younger people are growing up with this brain rot of instant gratification all around them. And guess what AI provides? Instant gratification. You can't draw this thing, well, you don't have to spend years to learn it. Just generate an image, it's gonna look perfect. And I, for one, as somebody who loves making
Which is
art,
this was actually my thought process as of like 4 years ago. Where I was like, I had this idea, right? I was like, I love to spend my time just like, you know, planning and crafting and creating these widespread like universes, and like I want to make a comic book, and I want to, you know, I watch these like stick figure animation drawings, like, oh, that would be super cool to learn. Like I saw people draw, like, oh, that'd be super cool to learn. I had all these things I wanted to do and be creative, right? And it felt like it wasn't a worthwhile endeavor to learn the skill when AI became a thing, right? It felt like why would I spend years learning and studying anatomy and drawing and buying art books and practicing and sitting there and like erasing and drawing when, like, you know, type in make cool image for me please, and then make cool image for you. Right? And this was back when like AI wasn't even good. This was back when AI sucked. Like when like the eyes were like this, you know what I mean? You're just like, and even then you were just like, why would you even practice drawing that stuff when like you could just generate something like this easily? But the issue that I ran into was like, I felt like I became less creative once I had the image in my hand. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, I wanna get an image of like a black girl with like colorful, like, you know, braided hair. It'd be a cool character for my story, right? And then I'd have the image. I'm like, okay, what do I do now? You know what I mean? I can't draw like her in a scene. I can't draw her doing cool fighting moves. I can't draw her with a giant sword. I can't draw anything. I can't draw anything. And I'm just like, what do I do? And then it just sat there. Nothing happened. Nothing came from it. right? And it got to the point where now I didn't even want to like work on the story that I wanted to write, because why would I do that? I can't draw it anyway. And so like it started like eating away at me mentally, because I'm like, this is a shortcut that like, it's like, okay, have you ever been playing Minecraft and you're like playing a bunch of Minecraft and you're just like, okay, it won't hurt. Like I'm too lazy to go mining. It won't hurt to like, you know, just spawn in a few diamonds, right? It won't hurt to spawn in just a few diamonds. And as soon as you spawn in a few diamonds, you're like, you get bored, right? Because a few diamonds turns into like, okay, well, why would I wait farming? Because I already spawned in a few diamonds, right? Might as well just spawn in the wheat that I need as well, right? And then you spawn in the wheat, and then like you're like, okay, and then eventually like you might play for like a few more hours, but then like you put the game down and you never return back to that same world, right? Because you've cheated yourself, right? You've cheated yourself. It's no longer fun. It's no longer enjoyable, right? The fun of survival games is getting over the hump and learning and struggling and doing the boring stuff, right? Doing the monotonous stuff. And if you just spawn in one thing, then like nothing's stopping you from spawning in everything. Nothing's stopping you from just going into creative mode and just killing the Ender Dragon. And then like, what do you do? Right? What do you do? That's why you keep creative and survival world separate. I only use creative and making building ideas. I mean, yeah, but the problem is like, it's when you take a shortcut. Like, it's not about like, oh, I want to use creative for like building giant structures or whatever. But it's like, I just spent like 30 minutes strip mining and I found no diamonds. Does it hurt if I just spawn in 2 diamonds that I need to make this this pickaxe? I already have 1. That's what it starts at, right? Because yeah, I know that I can go into creative mode and have as many diamonds as I want to, but I like my survivor world. I just don't want to. I don't want to spend the extra hour that's going to take for me to find some diamonds at this in this mine, right? But once I cheat myself once, then I cheat myself again, and then I cheat myself again. It's like a diet, right? If you're on a diet or trying to eat healthy, if you're like, no, I can eat out this one time, right? And you go and you get your freaking McDonald's, which you shouldn't get because it's BDS. You get your McDonald's, you're like, oh, this McDonald's is good. Oh, it wasn't good. I didn't need it though, right? But next time, right, a week down the line, you're like, oh, I want another McDonald's, but I can't. You're like, well, I already cheated once, so what's so bad about cheating again, right? What's so bad about cheating again? And then now it's easier to go back and get McDonald's once again, you know? It's like that. It's like that. An argument the other day with somebody who said my creativity means nothing if I don't have the skills to execute. I wanted to shake them upside down. And the problem is like, if you took the skills of a professional artist and you put it into the body of somebody with that mindset, they wouldn't create a thing, right? That's the problem, right? Because creativity is a journey, right? It is a journey. Right? The shortcut ruins it. It does. And honestly, limitations is what feeds your creativity. You not being perfect at everything is what allows you to be creative in the first place. Right? Goes for artists as well. Artists not being able to draw exactly what they want to draw at any specific instance at any time, right, forces them to be creative. If an artist, can't, or doesn't understand color theory that well, they have to compensate in other ways to be able to be creative when they want to, create art, right? Limitations are necessary for creativity. If you just are able to just, oh, I want this thing, and you create this thing, geez Louise, you're gonna get burnt out. You're going to, maybe not burnt out is not the correct term, right? But your creativity is not going to thrive. I did sneeze. Thank you. I'm so bad at drawing hair, so I just draw abs to distract from that. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Right? Limitations feed your creativity. There are people who can't draw, but compensate for that by telling amazing stories, right? There are people who aren't the best storytellers, but compensate for that by being able to draw the most insane pieces of artwork you've ever seen, right? It's the entire concept of like jack of all trades, master of none. If you can't draw, so you use like, Dolly 2 to generate images, and you can't craft the story, so you use ChatGPT to make a story, and what good are you? What do you provide to the world?
I live when I believe.
Direful Pot just subscribed. Kendrick.
Jimmy's always been mediocre anyway. AI could only help their lack of ability to paint good narrative, uninspired animation. Okay, I'm gonna ban you. That's a ban. It is a ban. I'm not even like super like I need like Studio Ghibli films or whatever, but like it's just like a level of like pretentiousness that I just did not want to engage with. Because an artist would not say that, an actual somebody who actually cares about art, not even just artists, somebody who cares about art would not say that. The Dexon, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Sorry if I'm getting heated in here. No, you're totally fine. Honestly, Sakuga has been worse. Sakuga has been entirely worse back in the day when we were talking about this before. So like 100%, you're totally chill. You're totally chill. Yeah, I think it's a very productive discussion, right? And my mind has been changed on this. Like if you see the way that I've talked about this issue before in the past and the way I've talked about it now, like my mind has been changed. My perspective has shifted. Right? As I've picked up the pen. I've picked up the iPad Apple Pencil, and I've been doodling every now and then. Right? I the way that I read comic books is different now. The way that I look at and study like the art. Right? My mind has been changed. And I feel like it is a very interesting conversation, right? It's a good conversation that's necessary. 100%. I think I haven't seen Hassan's video on this. Which one is it?
This is Democracy Now!
This. But I'm sure his perspective has also changed, Also because like AI people are so annoying. Honestly, that's what it is. More than anything, AI people are the most annoying people. Like I can be annoyed at like AI haters who like, are like witch hunting artists, but like people who are pro AI, AI art, they're just so annoying. They're so annoying. I saw us on stage. We successfully bullied him. Yeah. Also, so many AI people at my work. I want to scoop my eyes out with a spoon. I mean, they're normies. They follow trends, right? That's why I don't get mad at people who like use ChatGPT, right? Because like they're normies. Once it stops being useful to them, they'll move on. Right? Once their job realizes that like, hey, this kind of sucks that like our entire workforce is just using AI and getting things wrong, they'll just ban ChatGPT in the workforce. That's just what's gonna happen. They just will. There will be new provisions written into academic integrity policies that like expels people on the first use of AI. And then people are just going to full sail move on because they're uncreative. I put myself in the jack of several trades, master of some camp as an artist because I like to dabble in a lot of mediums. But I don't care, and I'm not going to master everything. I would always rather make mistakes and try to learn this shit than be instantly good at everything. Yeah. That already exists, but it isn't harsh yet. Yeah, my point is it's going to be very harsh soon. At the end of the day, it should be the tech companies being ethical and putting limitations on what AI can do. Normies might not understand ramifications of using it, but companies definitely do. Yeah, in which they won't, which is why the government needs to step in and regulation needs to happen. Right? Normies will just do what normies do. Right? Companies are going to be companies, which is why the elected officials that we elect in office need to take a stand against AI. As it exists in all of its forms. I'm saying AI very generally, in all of its forms, including like generative AI, including like deep fake AI porn, stuff like that, including like facial recognition, things of that nature, right? AI in all of its forms need to be regulated to certain degrees to protect the citizenry. They do. They already are. Software can check for AI generated content in assignments like 2 years ago. Yeah, but those softwares suck, right? They suck. Like, even back to like 2-3 years ago, what Turn It In was a thing, but like, it checked for like plagiarism. Those also suck because they use AI. They're like Thanos with the Infinity Stone. They use the stone to destroy the stones. You know what I mean? Constant majors are slowly destroying the job market by the this overuse of AI, and everyone's jumping into that major because AI is easy to use. I mean, but like, comp sci bubble is already burst. Nobody can get jobs. So, yeah.
Who loves learning about art. I don't want young artists, little art babies, to come out and just fall into this trap of instant gratification instead of finding the joy in putting in the work, learning the skill, suffering a little bit through the process, but getting that delayed gratification and knowing what it feels like to have a passion for something. Again, that's why I say instead of using fear.
My only problem is like, I don't think that necessarily is going to work because like you can't tell people not to want delayed gratification. That's kind of the problem. That's it with all delayed gratification, right? Because like gratification, instant gratification, it's good. It feels good, right? It hits their dopamine signals, the ones that like immediately are just like, yes, give me those, right? So it's very hard to demonstrate to people to be like, you know, put off your delayed gratification that's gonna look good, right? Because it'll be better for you. So I don't know what the best way to message that to people, but like it's just something to be wary of, like about, so that it doesn't come off as like preachy. I saw some AI memes that stripped out Meat Kane's designs of Charlie characters and shoved it in Charlie's Replies. This was the design. What do you mean, like? Okay, this is the design, but I don't know what the posts were, so I can't speak on that.
Campaigns and harassment, instead of trying to alienate people, let's bring them in. Let's encourage people and help people out, okay? Now, in Ross's case, obviously Ross is not an incompetent artist. He is anything but a young, budding, new art baby. But here's the thing, okay? And take my word with a grain of salt because I'm not here to speak for Ross. But I think in this case, you know, the most likely scenario is that Ross has just no ability to cope with the amount of workload that has to go into this art book.
Exactly.
And being somebody who's very high achieving, he probably wants, you know, incredibly beautiful finished pieces all throughout the book, and he wants to finish it within a certain time frame. And perhaps in that scenario, you set impossible standards for yourself in your head that you just cannot meet. And within that mindset, under those circumstances, I can see why somebody like him would turn to AI. And of course, that's not to say it's right, and this is definitely not something you should be hiding. Ross, as somebody who has been a fan of your work and has found inspiration in your work for a very long time, I think I can speak for a lot of your audience when I say that we would rather see a 2-minute rough sketch that's loose, that's expressive, than a beautiful, fleshed out, fully finished, and perfect looking AI paint over. Because the former is.
But the problem is that Sam may want that. The normies don't care. The normies don't care. They don't see the intricacies in the medium. That's the issue. The normies want the slop, right? Including the normies in Ross's audience, right? If they buy an art book and it has like a 2-minute rough sketch in it, normies don't buy art books, art enthusiasts do. Not necessarily, right? We're talking about creators, right? And so there are a lot of normies in this audience, in Sam's audience and in Ross's audience, right? That's the problem, is that, but also, and even on top of that, right? If you want to sell your art book to only to art enthusiasts, you're limiting your reach. If you want your art book to appeal to like somebody walking in a Barnes and Noble, right? And then they see like, that's a beautiful piece of art. I want that, right? That's what they're thriving for, right? You want your piece of media to expand beyond just the like direct, specific, most highly educated people in your base. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? And that may be what Ross is searching for. Having a beautifully drawn, potentially AI, piece of artwork on the cover of a book that normies are like, that's beautiful. I can't believe somebody drew that. Right? Does more than just like the only like the art enthusiast base. You know what I mean? They don't see the intricacies and they don't understand the problem, which is down to cultural understanding and general education. That's true. Normies I know who also do photography still see AI and go, oh, it's wild to see how we're looking it gets, and that's basically it. Yeah. And artists with a decent audience, the majority of people that like art are against AI. So at the very least, it's true that people that will support art are on the right side. I mean, I think it's a fad. I think it'll fall out when the normies move on. You know, when the normies move on, then they'll and they will move on. Trust. Yes, we already talked about the guy who passed leak code problems. We looked at the video like right before this video. That's how we got here in the first place, actually. Yeah, the normies will move on, and all that will be left are the art enthusiasts, essentially. So while it's true right now what AI is in the news and why people like normies care about art currently, right? Once that ship sails, you are going to have to sell your art book to art enthusiasts and people who care about art as a medium. And you should not want to tarnish your credibility currently, because it's not going to help you in the future. I do believe that as well.
There's so much more authentically you. That's your style. That's your expression. Look, I don't know if you're misguided in thinking that you just don't have enough time or energy to make the book good enough, but listen, as long as this is your art, your creation, and everything is made by you and authentically you, dude, I don't think anyone's going to complain. I think that's more than good enough for all of us.
People will definitely complain. People will 100%. People have complained about less. That's what I will say. People have complained about less. 100%. They will, and they do, because people love complaining. So I won't say people won't complain, but I will say that it doesn't matter if people complain. You just got to do it anyway. You got to get over it. You gotta take the complaints about your art book coming out late, about the sketches not being the art not being as profound as people want it to be. You gotta take it on the chin. Yeah, take it on the chin, and we gotta move on. That's life. It is, and that's for every industry, not just art and illustration, right? Every industry. Invincible season 3. People are going to complain about your animation style. People are going to complain about the fact that they got a new Invincible series in a year and a half, and then it doesn't look as good as they want it to look, right? You gotta take it on the chin and keep pushing. You do. You gotta take it on the chin and keep pushing. All right, so I'm not gonna say that people won't complain. Oh, just do you. Just do what you gotta do, and people will be happy about that. Yeah. It just gotta take it on chin. Last episode's popped off. I haven't seen it yet. So, yeah.
If you want to just do a whole bunch of sketches and rough drafts and just throw it in there, I actually wouldn't mind that. I think that'd be cool to see. Look, at the end of the day, your content is more than good enough. You are more than good enough. You don't need to compensate with this. But of course, like I said before, everyone has free will. And if AI is the path that you want to go down, Ross, I'm not here to stop you. Don't let the fear of backlash stop you. Just, again, be authentic, be transparent, just be upfront about it, And
100%. I really like this video. Right? If you're going to do AI, I can't stop you. He can't stop you. None of us can stop you. Be authentic about it. And if people want to support you through that, they will. And if they don't want to support you through that, they won't. Right? But don't try to lie and hide it from your audience. Because if you want to please your audience and you know your audience doesn't like AI, why use AI in the first place? Right? If you know your audience doesn't like AI, right? Use AI and tell them to suck it and deal with the loss of your audience. Right? But don't try to play this half game about lying to them about it being AI and you know, trying to also get their support for people who don't realize it, you know? If I not like the video, then I can't like the video until I finish it. It will be unfair, and it'll be because I don't know if I like the second half of the video. My mind might change in the future.
I'm sure it'll be fine. And guess what, guys? We're only halfway there. Just before we dive into the next issue of not paying your employees, I want to end off this AI talk with a thought. This whole AI thing, okay, especially when it comes to independent artists. Now, within the industry, obviously, I don't know anything about that. That's beyond my reach. But as an independent artist, I feel like the moment you start using AI in your work, you can't turn that back. I don't know about you guys, but if I found out that somebody I know uses AI in their work, now there's going to be an annoying little voice in the back of my head every time I see a new piece you post. That's going to be like, is this piece AI? Did you use AI for this piece? Even if you came out and said, guys, I've stopped using it, no more. Part of me is still going to be like, did he get back on AI? Why does that look kind of... So that's an annoying psychological effect, just something to be aware of. Now let's talk about free labor. Obviously, I was not on the side of people harassing.
Which if you're going to do, just do it, you know? Just do it. Just don't lie about it. Yeah, it's your licks. You gotta take it. It's like steroids. It's actually exactly like steroids. You take steroids, right? Even if you stop taking steroids, people are gonna be like, that's it.
Harassing and dogpiling Ross for the use of AI. I don't support that, but this one's kind of hard to defend. Just brace yourselves because this is going to be a hard read. So Ross says, yo, so redacted
Message environmental impact? No, because I don't care about the environment. I hope it explodes. Confirmed.
We're volunteering at Lightbox, which is the main reason why I'm bringing you. Were you expecting compensation for this one? Sorry for miscommunication. I had some volunteers come up. So in this case, Fen says no, he was not expecting compensation, and that was that. Fen says Ross doesn't like to pay people. He will do his best to get volunteers, but if you bring a payment, he's very quick to take it away. He says that he did agree to volunteer for this and had only brought it up in this case because he found out other people have been paid and were getting paid or had their flights reimbursed. And Fen suspects that Ross knows people want to get close to him and will take advantage of that. Now that's obvious.
That's not great. I will say that I think there's a slight difference between like there being payment agreed upon and Ross not paying it, and then Ross asking, hey, are you okay being a volunteer and not being paid? And like you accepting it because like you feel like you have to because of like a power dynamic. Right. I think those are slightly different, but they're not good either way. I will say that.
Obviously subjective, there's no direct proof for it, but again, these screenshots do not make for easy reading. In the second one, Fen seems to be a little bit more fed up with the volunteering thing, and he says, will you house me again, and will you buy my plane ticket? So he's trying to get Ross to reimburse his flight, which I think is more than reasonable. And this reply really like just rubs me the wrong way. He says, well then I can just pay someone here. In this last screenshot,
yeah, okay, that's pretty, that's not good. Does the people with no clout interesting? Yeah. Like being like, help us! Come to AX, help, please, you're coming. And he's like, will you house me again? He's like, Lamau, sure. So maybe I'll let you know. Will you buy my plane ticket? He's like, well, I can just pay somebody here, actually. You're asking for a lot. But also, please help me. I really want you to come and help me out. Like, this is not something you would do for like an employee. Like, are they your employee or not they your employee? Like you're expecting help for this event, but you don't want to pay for them to come out to the event. It's kind of insane.
It really like just rubs me the wrong way. He says, well then I can just pay someone here. In this last screenshot, essentially Ross is asking Fen to stay for the entire month of July, and when payment comes up,
Ross, the whole month of July? Unless you pay my July rent, I can't stay a whole month. You get a whole July vacation? Bro, what? That's crazy. He's like, dog, I still have bills to pay. Like,
says you get a whole July vacation. Fen says his rent and utilities is $830, and I feel like if you're gonna keep somebody for a whole month and 2 conventions, that's more than reasonable to ask for. So personally, I'm very dumbfounded by this because I feel like with the amount of money you're able to make at some of these conventions, you should be able to more than comfortably afford to pay at least minimum wage for every single employee who's there. And if for some reason the financials don't work out and you're not able to afford all the employees, maybe it's time to just scale it back and not have free volunteers. I'm personally probably going to Lightbox this year in 2025, and I'm gonna probably have a booth there. And I've asked a friend if he'd be down to help me out. Now, I cannot imagine telling bro that he's gotta pay for his own flight, pay for his own hotel, and work for me for free for an entire weekend. Like at that point, do I own bro? I'd feel kind of shitty about myself. I feel like in situations like this, where someone's coming out to help you make money, that's the key thing here. It's not like we're running a charity or a nonprofit organization. We do make money at conventions. If somebody's helping you do that, they do deserve a part of that income. And at least they deserve to
Whoa. It kind of sounds like you're teetering on the edge of what some may call socialism, Sam. He said profit sharing? Excuse me? Profit sharing? What do you mean?
Pay out of pocket to fly there to help you. I feel like this is basic common sense. So to be fair, we haven't heard Ross's side of the story, and it's impossible to jump to conclusions without hearing at least both sides and making a judgment for yourself. Now, for the little art babies who are watching this video, if you're ever presented with opportunities like this, you have to be very careful and just be aware of the power dynamics that are at play. In some cases, big companies or individuals with a lot of clout are going to try to use that clout to pay you in exposure. And anytime somebody wants to pay you in compensation that is not monetary, it's a little bit of a red flag. So my advice for you guys is if you find yourself in a similar situation here to Fen, know your boundaries and you have to trust your guts. If you feel like something is wrong here, go talk to somebody. Go talk to your friend.
Not the Ross guy, but like Sam.
Talk to a family member that you trust. Tell your side of the story and ask people if the situation is normal. Sometimes you genuinely need an outside pair of eyes. Sometimes it's like a toxic relationship. You don't realize you're in one when you're in it, but when somebody's looking at it from the outside, they can see it clear as day. And if you do find yourself in a situation where you're a little bit unhappy, you're bottling up some of your feelings, you have to communicate, negotiate, talk clearly to the person on the other side of the table. If the other party is negotiating with you in good faith, they should be willing to hear you out and potentially meet you halfway. But if you find yourself in a situation where they're threatening to take the opportunity away from you and say that they have other people who are willing to do it for free, that's a huge red flag. And if you've ever lost any opportunities because of that, don't feel bad about it because you might have just dodged a bullet and you might have just dodged a whole mess of a Google Doc like this. This whole situation does not reflect well, not only on Ross, but also on Fen. Both parties look terrible here. You guys do not want to find yourself in a situation like this. Now, what I think is problematic, obviously, number one is Ross not wanting to pay people, but the second thing is Fen seems to be communicating to Ross about his need for compensation in a way that comes off as a joke. But this stuff is not a joke, and you shouldn't be like that. Even if you're talking to your friend, you shouldn't be mentioning it as a joke. I've worked with some of my friends on projects before, and the one thing that you have to do is outline payments.
So be like, who called me by my middle name?
Splits and outline each other's expectations. And then after that, you can start talking shit. You can start joking. But I will say, to Fenix's defense in this situation, Ross is definitely in a higher position of power. So Fen might have felt like some sort of genuine fear that he was going to get dropped and that he was going to lose out on the opportunity of his lifetime, which could explain why he's much more careful with his words and he doesn't push things too far. But still, you shouldn't do that. Even if you're in a lower position of power, know your own boundaries and trust your guts. And communicate. Talk. There's something you need. Say it. The other party's not going to know it until you communicate clearly. And that goes both ways. Clearly, Ross also needs to communicate that there are some roles that are volunteer only and are unpaid. Or again, just be transparent, just be honest and outline your budget. Show Fen your budget and just say, I cannot afford any more paid workers. Brother, all these Google Docs could have been worked out in the DMs.
The old relationship we had with the United States based on
Ross, Fenix. Tired of both of y'all. Y'all need to work this out. Okay, Fen says, I've spoken to Ross about my feelings and all the issues just to be told. Thank you for telling me and honoring the truth. And that he's big enough.
Yeah, true, actually.
The process and learn from this, but in order to protect himself and his energy, he needs
to... It kind of just felt like he was doing this, again, not to defend Ross. It kind of felt like he was doing this because, like, it's what you kind of do. Like, you drop a tweet longer document on somebody when they make you mad. Instead of, like, you know, trying to solve, like, the payment issue is specifically, like, have boundaries, set boundaries, have a contract. That's one thing. You know what I mean? Like, just you could solve that, nip that in the bud. Right? But, like, I feel like communication is just a thing that we just don't do anymore. Just a little bit. Like I feel like that's something you could have talked to Ross about. I mean, he's still a dick. Trust and believe. Trying to weasel your way out of paying people who are like working for you for like an entire month, dick move, 100%. But like whatever happened to just being like, yo, give me a contract. You're paying me or am I going? Did my noise gate turn off for some reason? I didn't touch it. Okay. I think we're back. Maybe. That's weird.
Distance himself from me. So he basically cut Fen off. Now, of course, Fen is mad about the breakup, which left a bad taste in my mouth because I know it's hard to hear criticism, but to paint it as protecting himself from his energy sounds like a way to remove the only person who is trying to hold him accountable for his actions. Fen says he doesn't want to be held accountable, which means the next person to take my place in his life will only deal with the same issues as I have. There are probably other things I'm missing, but for now, this is all I can remember for the moment. Fen's got a point there. He's got a point. He's taking one for the team. But both of you guys, look what you've done to me. I'm not taking anyone's side here. I'm just here to share the tea. You guys can let me know what you guys think about it in the comments. Look, I want to end this video off by saying, okay, despite my frustration with the current situation, I wish both of these people all the best in life. To Fen, I just want to say, I'm sorry that you found yourself in this whole situation. It sounds like a horrible place to be in. I hope you've learned from this. And I hope you value your own services a little bit more going forward, all right? Demand compensation for your time. You gotta know your worth. And to Ross, I certainly credit a lot of my success to him because he was one of the few people that really pushed me out of my comfort zone. You know, he made me realize what was possible in my own career. My sincerest hope is for Ross to have learned from this, to come back even stronger from this, and to get back to form and to continue to be a source of inspiration, not only for myself, but for other young artists in the community. Maybe he hasn't been mature enough to realize this in the past, and frankly, maturity doesn't always come with age. Sometimes it comes from events like this one that serves as a wake-up call in your life that you need to do better and you need to be a better version of yourself. So that's my hope for Ross, okay? Ross, whatever you decide to do going forward, whether you're gonna stick with AI or just get rid of AI, just do your own thing. Just be authentic, be transparent, be honest, and don't ever stop trying to improve, not only as an artist, but also as a person. And I believe you can do it. I believe in you. This is a photo from Lightbox 2022 that we took together, and I still remember this like it was yesterday. This was me meeting all of my art heroes. All the people whose videos I watched, whose art I loved before I became anything like what I am today. I mean, just look at that. As a creator, that's the impact that you have. You guys are the reason I'm there. You're here to set a good example, all right? So Ross, you're gonna come back from this. I believe in you. I hope we can continue to all be good examples for the next generation so that they can eventually join us in a picture like this. That's it. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Bye-bye.
That was very Philly decoded. Oh, there's this video from Bad Empanada that got chat extremely very chat yesterday. To an extent that's like kind of insane. Just so annoying yesterday. Just insanely annoying. I don't want to do Bad Empanada this again. I'm not gonna watch it just because I also don't want to engage in this discourse, but I do want to point out that chatters were doing the exact same discourse in my chat like last week. And I just want to, my take on this is very simple and very serious, and that is not serious, but very, very, very simple. It's, you can like and enjoy Bad Empanada's content, and I think you should go do that, right? Don't make it everybody else's problem, is my take. Don't make it everybody else's problem. Like, that's it. That's my take. You can enjoy Bad Empanada's content. You can engage with it. You can like how he yells at and comes after Ethan. But like if you think you're gonna like debate Hassan into like not talking to Bernie Sanders, like, or I don't know what you expect. You know what I mean? Like, I don't. This is how I feel about it. What did Hunter say?
We need to educate and reach people on leftist ideologies and socialism and communism. What are you doing? Why would you interview?
Right here.
We need to educate and reach people on leftist ideologies and socialism and communism. What are you doing? Why would you interview AOC and Bernie? What is wrong with you? I never liked you. I don't even know why you have a platform. You talk a big game on politics and streaming, but you do this? I don't like you. You've always been weird.
She's my African princess.
Infighting is one of the biggest issues the left
Thanks for
faces.
clicking.
We need to educate and reach people on left.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I think somebody did ask me my thoughts about like AOC and Hassan interviewing AOC and Bernie. And that's why I got like pretty heated at chat by being like, I just don't care because like my activism does not have to do with like AOC and Bernie. Like it doesn't affect what I do and what I advocate for. Right? And I feel like the focus on like trying to like change AOC and Bernie's minds, or not even just that, because like some people don't even care about that. Some people just care mostly about like just yelling at AOC and Bernie for like no productive reason. Like they don't want AOC or Bernie to like change their positions or to advocate for really anything different, because they're like, oh, you're still a Zionist anyway. Right? And so like they don't want Bernie to change his mind, or AOC to change her mind. And they don't want to like I don't know what people want actually. Like they expect Hassan to just like sit down with Bernie and AOC to be like, why are you two Zionists? I hate you. Tui. Disgusting. Tui Zionist. And he gets up and he just like starts beating up Bernie and AOC. Just an old 80-year-old man. And they're like, yeah, Hassan, this is exactly what we wanted. This is productive for the left. This is productive for the left. Be so confrontational that they would never speak to him again, which is fine. Like, I think that if your take is that like Hassan should have done that and then never spoken to AOC and Bernie again, sure, you can have that take. You'd be surprised how to know that people never talk in the chat until AOC or Bernie is brought up. That's actually not that surprising. But like my take is that you can genuinely, like, you can have that take, you know? If you're like, Hassan, you have the access, you must now use that access to yell at Bernie Sanders, and you're mad at him for not doing that, go for it. Go for it. Yeah. I think that's entirely fair for you to feel like that, right? But you also must then understand that, like, if Hassan uses his one ticket to yell at Bernie Sanders and AOC, in this one instance, he will never get a chance to do it again. And then we're like, what did we solve? Which is why I go back to, like, how productive is that, right? How productive would it be for Hassan to, like, yell at AOC and Bernie before the rally that they were going to speak at? Hassan just won't ever speak to AOC or Bernie again. And then AOC and Bernie are going to continue doing AOC and Bernie things. And so I don't know how productive that is. And you can be mad at that. I get it. Right? I do get it. You can be mad at that. Right? That's entirely fair. But my take is, I don't know how productive it is to actually do that thing. Right? Like, I don't. Like, what do we want? Kind of the question. It all plays a role in the leftist movement. In fact, people get too caught up in their own stances and forget that politics is about changing minds. Not even, because, like, again, you can think that that's ineffective, right? And that's fair, right? I don't particularly see Bernie Sanders and AOC as like the end all be all of effective leftist mobilization. Right? They're still a part of the Democratic Party. They're not going to like institute communism in the same way that like I don't expect them to do that because they are like a minority in the Democratic Party. Like, I expect the people who are yelling at AOC and Bernie to like do the work to get into their workplaces and get into their communities and do that stuff there. And it's more useful for the left to do that than to yell about AOC and Bernie. You know what I mean? What leverage do they have? Why would they listen to the noise with nothing behind it? What is being done to force them to listen? Nothing. But that's the funny thing, because like they'll listen to us anyway if we're mean enough to them. True, but that's why Hassan said that they are the ones platforming him. It opens up their audience to hear what he says, like Pod Save Ep he did. I mean, maybe, but again, I don't think like the leftist movement is like the end all be all, like, or I don't think Hassan is like the end all be all leftist movement either, right? I think yelling at Hassan is also not like the most productive thing that they could be doing either, right? You should be in your workplaces, right? In your communities, doing mutual aid, joining a tenant union, joining like the DSA and stuff like that. Like, though he's definitely a starting point. I mean, sure, but I'm talking about like effective like mobilization and like garnering power, right? Hassan's usefulness for the left only comes in that he directs people to where they can do the actual work, right? That's what Hassan's usefulness to the left is. And it's meaningless if the people are yelling about Bernie Sanders and AOC aren't actually doing the work. If they spend more time yelling about Hassan and yelling about AOC and Bernie than they are getting in their workplaces, organizing a union, right? They are less useful than AOC and Bernie, in my personal opinion. For the wider left movement, right? The people who spend all their time yelling about Hassan are less useful to the movement than the people who are like, no, I like Hassan. Hassan is great. And who go join a union. Genuinely. Right? People think that like holding positions is praxis. And it's not. Right? Holding positions or having an ideology is not praxis. You can believe all the correct things and not do any praxis and be useless to the leftist movement, as opposed to somebody who doesn't believe all the correct things, but like joins a union and organizes their workplace and growing worker power. I would take that person over you because you're useless. You are dead weight. You're nothing. Right? You're somebody that we're having to drag along with in the movement. Right? The moment you finally stand up yourself and you go and you join a union yourself, right? Or you go and you run for office yourself, or you go and you, get into your communities yourself, and you do mutual aid yourself, right? That's when you become useful. That's when you start doing things that are useful, right? And then I would rather have somebody who has all the correct positions and is putting the work in, right? But again, what you are getting out of it. Yeah. People are fucking weirdos and they need to actually be treated that way, get out of the way so people do the actual work and stop and chirping. Well, this is kind of why like we just don't necessarily cover this, right? Like they're on Twitter. They're not in real life. They're not. They are on Twitter. They are Twitter posters. Really. Right? Who has like this is like a pro Hassan video. Who has like a video that's like about Hassan and AOC? Let me see if I can find it. I don't remember what this person's name was. Oh, here. I found it. Oh, I have too many tabs open. We're starting closing tabs. Keep this one open. We'll close this one. Close, close, close. Keep this open. Keep this open. Close, close. Close, close, close. Close, close. Close. Move off the AI stuff. Close, close, close. Close, close. Close. Cool.
I just talked about how there is no major left-wing media source online. There's no socialist platform. And people got at me about Hassan. But I'm sorry, if you're using your socialist platform to co-sign genocide apologists who not only deny the genocide in Palestine is happening, but endorse the perpetuators of it, you're a bad socialist.
Like, let's just take a second and watch this back from the beginning. Because I think that he answers his own question.
I just talked about how there is no major left-wing media source online. There's no socialist platform. And people...
Yeah. So what he means, essentially, is that there's nobody who believes what I believe who has a large following, right? Why do we think that is? Like, why do we think there's not a staunch, hardline, anarcho-communist, revcom socialist who has a platform the size of any of these three people? Right? And the reason is because the tenets of socialism are popular, but the movement itself isn't. People don't like the term socialism or communism or anti-capitalism when they're going by or about their day-to-day lives, right? And so it's very easy for regular people who hate their current position in society, in life, right, to attach to somebody like AOC, Bernie, and Hassan, right? As opposed to somebody who's like, yeah, let's burn down the entire system. You have to work people up to that. you just do, right? And it may suck. It may not be great, right? But you have to work people up to that. This is the problem that people like this, they acknowledge how unpopular socialism is, while also pretend that you should exclude anyone who isn't a devout socialist. But that's kind of the point, right? In that there has to be some level, and again, you can hate them. I'm not saying you can't hate AOC and Bernie and Hassan, right? But you have to understand that, like, there got to be a pathway here. Unless you are an accelerationist, you cannot wake the masses up to, like, the woes of capitalism on a whim, right? Unless you were an accelerationist. If you were an accelerationist, this position makes sense, right? It makes sense. There are only two positions. There is either you are an incrementalist or you are an accelerationist. It's either you have to slowly convert and change the minds of working class people to grow class consciousness, bringing them in through the pipeline to becoming more radical or believing in things like socialism, or you have to be an accelerationist who believes, yeah, no, we just have to make sure things are just as bad as possible and having no incremental policies, right? In order to just make people so angry at the government that they just all spontaneously combust into socialism. You know what I mean? To then burn the system down. Those are the only two options. It's either you slowly convert and change people's minds, or you want it to all happen all at once through accelerationism. If only they could be honest about their intentions, it would make this way easier. Yeah. Like if they just said, yeah, no, we don't have to have any movement to work within the current structure. We must abandon the current structure entirely, let it burn so people get so mad at the US government that they become socialists, right? Which is accelerationism. If they said that, I'd be like, okay, cool. We just disagree on this, right? We're not on like the same side. Got to start somewhere. Not if you're an accelerationist. If you're an accelerationist, you got to start, that's somewhere you got to start with, and that's just making things get worse. Decided to give them a softball interview. I get why Hassan didn't go too hard, but I do wish he'd give them strong questions about their Palestine positions. But to what end? That's the point. Like, to what end? Like, what? To what end? Right? What would sitting down with Bernie and AOC to be like, why are you a Zionist? Explain your Zionist positions. What does that do? Okay, no time. It doesn't even matter. Like, imagine where he had all the time in the world. Like, genuinely, like, it may feel good, right? To like stick it to AOC and Bernie Sanders, right? But as it pertains to like how it furthers the movement, like, does it do that? Because if you think that we should excise Bernie and AOC from the movement anyway, them giving their positions, they have given their positions, right? You know what they believe on Israel and Palestine. So if you want them to be, you know, exiled from the movement, this interview, even if Hassan was super hard on them on Palestine, isn't going to change that. You're still going to want them to be exiled from the movement. Makes you feel better would be appropriate, but they don't want to say that. Yeah, like it would. And that's entirely fair, right? It would make them feel better. That's why they want it. They want Hassan to sit down with AOC and Bernie Sanders to be like, why are you Zionist? Stop doing Zionist positions. Patooey, gross, get out of my face, you dirty Zionist. And then like, Hassan to storm off, right? They want the clips to be like, yeah, Hassan, yeah, stick it to AOC and Bernie, stick it to those Zionists. And then what? And then what? What happens then? What happens after? That's my question. Because you can have that position. You can have that take. You can say, I expect Hassan to do exactly that. Right? My only point is about thinking about like what happens following that interaction. What do you do there? How do we get from here to where we are now to a better future? Right? Because that's how I filter everything that I advocate for. We are at this position here. I want to get at this position over here. What steps and choices do we make to get to that future? Right? And so in the choice of Hassan doing what he did here versus doing what they wanted to do, how does doing what you want him to do lead to a better future? And you can have an answer to this, right? I could be wrong on this. You can change my mind on this, right? I just don't see it, right? I don't see how yelling at AOC and Bernie Sanders gets us to the better future as opposed to just making us feel good. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe it does. I don't know. We're literally at the black bagging people that disagree with the government part of fascism. We should not be turning our backs on Bernie and AOC when people are more open to listening to their ideas than ever before. What seemed more impactful about the interview was that all the people attending the rally and noticing that he was there and going up to talk to him, it's more than just the two people he interviewed. It's very clear that where the conversation is guided by people who are engaging with it, do any kind of real work in real life versus people who think that holding the most left position is online is activism. If they are out on the position of power, then what? Who's next? Exactly. Right? And I don't know. Like what do we do? Right? AOC and Bernie are talking to 35,000 people. Right? Versus them like talking to nobody, you know? Or not being there in the first place. Again, them being in their positions is not the most impactful things, right? But my take is that it doesn't affect the work you should be doing, right? Like, watching this interview should have been like, oh, I wish Hassan did more. Anyway, now I have to go to my collective bargaining meeting tomorrow. Let me get ready for that. You know what I mean? He's like, I wish Hassan had stronger questions. Now let me go and talk to my union rep to see when our contract is up so we can prepare for it. That's as far as it should go. Genuinely. That is as far as as it should go, right? The problem is that these people are just doing, again, the same thing Hassan is doing, but less successfully. I'm doing the same thing Hassan is doing, but less successfully. Right? And what are any of us doing? If you're not, like, again, in your workplaces trying to organize it, then what are we talking about here? I think the failures of the Bernie movement is that people relied on Bernie winning and then something magical happening. We didn't get out here to organize the people at his rallies into working class movement. Seeing the same thing now, if you're angry at Bernie, AOC will shepherd people to the Dems. You're still relying on some outside party to lead the people instead of taking the responsibility to go organize them yourself. It's up to you. True. Sitting around waiting for someone else to fix this isn't what a socialist should be doing. It's not how anything works. This is exactly my take. This is exactly like what I said 2 weeks ago, right? When the chatter was here as well, who was yelling at me, right? My take was very much that, like, what Bernie and AOC does genuinely does not affect my activism. It does not change what I do or what I advocate for. It doesn't. And it should not change what you advocate for. The problem that people have with Bernie, why people are so mad at Bernie and AOC, is that they are still expecting somebody else to do their job. They want somebody else to change their diaper and to wipe their face, right? And to give them their binky. That's it. That's what they expect. They expect somebody else to be doing their job. And that is advocacy, right? Organization. And they're like, AOC and Bernie are not doing as much organization as I think that they should be doing. Therefore, that makes me mad. Right? Instead of being like, oh, AOC and Bernie are not doing as much advocacy and organization as I think they should be doing. Let me go do that right now. Let me go organize my workplace. Let me go talk to my coworkers. Let me go organize a tenant union. Let me go, be in the community and do mutual aid. And let me do the things that I want AOC and Bernie to be doing. There's an appetite for worker movement, and it's up to us to seize that and lead it, not to impotently get mad at liberals from the comfort of from your couch. Feels like a lot of people think that they're radical for having the right opinions without action behind it. Exactly. And really just never recovered from letting SOCDEMs disappoint them. Being angry is and not voting isn't radicalism. Being socialism, communism is doing the thing that is a thing you do. So are you going to act or not? 100%. 100%. 100%. Right? These people want to get mad from the safety of their TikTok couches or whatever, and with their ring lights and yelling into the void about how they have the correct positions. And they don't actually want to do things that actually materially affect people's lives. They don't actually want to go out and actually do things, right, that require work and effort. It's a lot easier to yell at Hassan for not doing the correct type of activism according to you than to actually doing the activism yourself. Right? And that's it. That's what we've arrived at. We've arrived at people yelling about Hassan on freaking anonymous Twitter accounts. Right? Because it's very easy to get mad at people who actually are trying to do some work from the perspective of somebody who's doing no work. You know? I want to finish this video though, not this one. Not this one. Not this one. This one.
People got at me about Hassan. But I'm sorry, if you're using your socialist platform to co-sign genocide apologists who not only denied the genocide in Palestine...
Now, I don't know what he means by co-sign. Like, this is what confuses me. Because, like, he didn't endorse, like, Bernie. let's say we didn't like endorse Kamala, and like Hassan would have had Kamala on his stream if Kamala would have agreed to it. You know what I mean? So like, what does he mean by like cosign? So like, if it's just like, oh, you didn't ask as hard-hitting questions as I would have liked you to ask, therefore you must be cosigning them. You know what I mean? Like, it just, I don't know. But other online leftists lost me when they started to equalize Hassan's theoretical shortcomings with his commitment. Yeah, in a 10-minute interview. The interview was at 5 minutes too. I don't think Hassan was gonna throw softballs.
Happening, but endorse the perpetuators of it. You're
Like, what does he mean by endorse? Like,
bad socialist. If you're using,
so like, as a socialist, you must principledly not go to a space where like 34,000 people are going to be, right? In order to like stand by your principles? Is that the take? And couldn't this apply to like anybody in any situation ever? Like, why talk to any worker? Because they don't have the correct positions, right? They're racist, transphobic, homophobic, anti-Palestinian, anti-immigrant. Why would you ever, like, you're talking to workers who are bigoted? Why are you co-signing them? Why are you endorsing them? Even though it's kind of your job as a leftist to do that thing. Don't advocate for socialist thoughts and movements in spaces that aren't socialist. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Give me Ethan saying Hassan co-signing terrorism by interviewing the Yemeni kid. You can't door knock with this purity, the purist club mentality. It makes no sense. Yeah, I don't know.
Your platform to funnel support towards the Democratic Party rather than telling them to join their own socialist party, you're a bad.
Like, what socialist party? Like, make the fucking party then. Like, do the work. Again, do I have to point out 70% of elections are uncontested? Why is these so-called socialist parties not contesting the fucking races? There is 0 members of the Green Party in Congress, 0 members of PSL in Congress, right? 0 members of whatever party Cornel West was on part of in Congress, but they all ran for the presidency. Why are we not getting people in local races and running them there? I'm sure Hassan would be ecstatic, super happy with promoting a small socialist candidate in Kansas. If they existed in the first place. This is the problem. The people who want to reject the electoral system are also getting mad that there are no socialists in the electoral system. Because of course there's not. And we don't want to do the work to get socialists into the electoral system. Do you know who's doing that? The DSA. And they're doing it through the infrastructure of the Democratic Party. If you want to do it through an infrastructure of the not Democratic Party, right, you have to build that infrastructure first. You do. We're talking about building something from literally nothing, from ground zero. Like, I think we looked it up. I think there was like, wasn't there like 19? Let me see. We'll check. Yes, the Green Party. 0 seats in the Senate. 0 seats in the House of Representatives. 0 seats in the state governorships. 0 seats in the state's upper chambers. 0 seats in the state's lower chambers. 0 seats in the territorial governorships. 0 seats in the territorial upper chambers. 0 seats in the territorial lower chambers. And only 160 out of 500,000 seats in other elected officials. This is a problem. This is an issue. That's an issue. Especially considering the fact that, again, 70% of these 500,000 are uncontested. We can do a little bit of math here. 519,682 times 0.7. That is 300,000 seats. Over 300,000 seats in this country. Not contested. The incumbent running against themselves, or a new person stepping into the role after the incumbent retires, that we could be contesting. And we're yelling about Hassan going on Bernie Sanders or talking to Bernie Sanders at AOC when we should be using that energy towards, I don't know, getting socialists elected somewhere. I wonder if they have the same thing for PSL. I'm curious. No, it just says 0. It just says members in elected office, and it just says 0. So, yeah. Yeah. And the Green Party have really weird takes on abortion and stuff? Not really. Green Party overall, especially like locally, is chill. Like, you'll see some people in the Green Party have stupid takes because like this is where like the cracks kind of go. Like the cranks end up in the Green Party when they hate the Democrats and Republicans. If they're like left-wing cranks, right-wing cranks go to the Libertarian Party. But yeah, that's the problem with people's critique of the DSA, which is, there are many valid critiques depending on the branch, but at least they try to get people in office, even if it means using the Dem ticket. Yeah, and if you don't like that, do it yourself. Do it yourself. Run for office. You could be the first not Green Party, the first PSL member to hold elected office. And it's possible 70% of elections are uncontested. Something reminds me of when Macklemore was taken off. Everyone online was yelling at straight white celebrities to use their platform to lift up marginalized voices, but then screamed at Macklemore for staying love because the intro was silly, even though he used a collab with lesbian singer. No one ever talks about his 2 songs about white privilege and not participating in his participation in the BLM protests. You go door knock to fight an unopposed incumbent. Yeah, somebody who's held the seat for 10 years, right? Because a lot of local offices don't have term limits. Literally, in some cities, you'll have somebody on the city council for like their entire career. Like they become a career city council member, right? They just keep running and getting elected and then squandering the local budgets that affect your roads and the funding in your schools. Because a lot of these things are, again, uncontested. So you can get mad at Hassan for not being harder on Bernie in AOC, right? I don't care about that. Like, genuinely, like, you can get mad at Hassan for doing that. My head hurts. Right? But, like, I don't understand like this.
But endorse the perpetuators of it, you're a bad socialist. If you're using your platform to funnel support towards the Democratic Party rather than telling them to join their own socialist party, you're
like, name the Socialist Party. Like, oh, but okay, wait, hold on. Does he mean your own Socialist Party, as in like Hassan should make his own Socialist Party for people to join? Is that what he's saying?
But endorse the perpetuators of it, you're a bad socialist. If you're using your platform to funnel support towards the Democratic Party rather than telling them to join their own socialist party, you're a bad socialist. If you're
like, does he like, and this is what Hassan says this all the time, and I slightly agree with him on this. But like, Hassan would not be as large as he is now if he was like, fuck the Democrats, I'm starting my own party, never vote for the Democrats. We're not engaging with them at all. We're starting the Hassan Socialist Party, HSL, and you're joining my socialist party. Like that just won't. That's not a thing, right? It's not. Wait, it would be HSP, not HSL. HSL sounds better though. Hassan Socialist La Revolution. That's what the L means. Shouldn't bro be forming a party instead of doing his dumb car TikTok? Yeah. Well, he's gonna say that he doesn't have as big of an audience as Hassan does, so he doesn't. It's not the same. That's always the excuse, right? When it's like Hassan should do this thing, right? He should, use all of his money and start a socialist party, or he should start, he should fund unions unilaterally. And if people are like, well, why aren't you using your platform to do that? He's like, well, I'm not Hassan. Hassan's bigger than I am. But yeah, Hassan's bigger than you are because he doesn't do the things you say he should do. Like, same thing people are accusing Bernie AOC of, not pushing them towards organizing. So what should they be doing instead? Oh, just pushing them towards socialist parties. Got it? Yeah. But also, it's different when he makes videos than Hassan, because like when he makes these videos about Hassan, he's doing it from like a leftist perspective. He's like leftier than thou. But when Hassan does it, he's like endorsing the Democrats. Therefore, it's bad.
Using your platform to co-sign someone who has constantly distanced themselves from Marxist theory and even suggested that it's an extremist understanding, you're a bad socialist. And I feel like it should go without saying, if you do any of these things, you're probably not a socialist at all. And if you're a fan who's got a problem from Marxist theory, someone who has constantly distanced themselves from Marxist theory and even suggested that it's an extremist understanding, you're a bad socialist. And I feel like it should go without saying, if you do any of these things, you're probably not a socialist at all. And if you
wait, so like, should a socialist never talk to like any Republican, conservative person at all? Because like, theoretically, if you are a socialist who's like pro like union or whatever, and you want your workplace to be organized, if you talk to a coworker and he's like, man, your communism is stupid. See, Johnny, we were just about to establish a union with this entire team behind us, but you said communism is stupid, and so I can't talk to you anymore as a socialist. As a socialist, I cannot confer with you as somebody who does not like communism. Therefore, I'm going to have to end this unionization effort here. We cannot go forward. I'm sorry. Like, they want militant movement. They want Hassan, Bernie, AOC in the streets blowing up Teslas. Well, why are they not blowing up the Teslas? Like, if he was blowing up Teslas and he's like, I want Hassan, AOC, and Bernie here, I'd be like, okay, that makes sense. Right? That makes sense. Like, somebody who's like legitimately actually blowing the Teslas up, being like, AOC and Bernie need to be here blowing up Teslas with us. Like, Yeah, sure. I'd be like, that's fair. That's fair. Right? This person who's blowing up Teslas, like, I think that, like, if you're blowing up the Teslas and you're like, I want other people to blow up Teslas with me, I can't be like, you can't do that or whatever. Right? But like, if you're not blowing up the Teslas, you can't be like, now you must blow up the Teslas. You know what I mean? Like, if you're not like a part of like, or like, engaging in like socialist political party actions, can you really be like, how dare you push people toward the Democrats? You know what I mean? I don't even agree with pushing people toward the Democrats, right? But if you are not going to create an alternative, if you're not a part of creating the alternative, you can't be mad when people push them towards like the one system that exists that's supposed to be the opposition. It's not, right? But yeah. Is being uncharitable and saying that Hassan is AOC and Bernie are the answer?
You're a fan who's got a problem with what I'm saying. You're definitely not a socialist either. Some of the key factors of socialism...
This is literally just purity testing. Like, I hate purity testing like as like a word to be used against people, but he's like, if you're a fan getting mad at this, you're not a socialist either, then like, what does that even mean? Like, is socialism not about like what you believe and like, and is instead about like a set of standards that like I have decided that you have to abide by? You know what I mean? Like, who determines those standards? This guy? And what made him the god king of socialism? Yeah, socialism is about who you're a fan of. That's it. It was written in Socialist 10 Commandments. I knew I should have read those. Monty, did you think for the 5 gifted subs? To be fair, I think the people with actual good criticism don't say blow up Teslas. They know it's not real revolution. This dude is so vague, though. I mean, true, right? But like, my point is like, if I take criticism seriously from people who are actually in the movement, right? People who are actually doing, not even in the movement, people who are doing the work, right? Like, if somebody who's like on the ground criticizing Hassan, like, I don't look at that and I'm like, that's a problem, that's an issue or whatever, right? But somebody who's like a TikToker who posts TikTok videos, or like who's another streamer, being like, the way Hassan's doing this is like fake socialist. The way I'm doing it is real socialist. That's where I'm just like, that's a bit weird. That's a bit iffy. You know?
Politics are recognizing a contradiction and critique. Hassan not pressing...
What? Wait, run it back?
Definitely not a socialist either. Some of the key factors of socialist politics are recognizing a contradiction and critique.
That's so funny that he doesn't even say like praxis. He says the keys of being a socialist is seeing something is wrong and then yelling about it. And that's it. The key to being a socialist is seeing a problem and yelling about said problem. Not fixing it. Not fixing the problem. It's just seeing a problem and saying that it is a problem. That's so funny. Respect. Bears, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Much appreciated. 193 gifted. And the channel's history is sick. It's so funny. Who wants to bet this guy hasn't read any socialist literature? No, I'm sure he has, honestly. Yeah, if you see something, say something. Karl Marx. Ugh, it's so funny. Socialism is when TikTok? True. Socialism is when TikTok. Like, I haven't read much, but I know that's not what socialism is. Like, he's not entirely incorrect that, like, understanding contradictions can be a part of socialism, right? And critique can also be a part of socialism. But, like, I think the big thing is, like, about, like, you know, like, labor and workers and stuff like that. Like, that's kind of what I got from it. And that those should be issues that we are fixing instead of just talking about. Like, praxis is socialism. You have to go and put the critique into praxis, into practice, right? If your entire output is yelling about Hassan not being a socialist, then like, are you a socialist then? Like, again, which is why people who are actually putting in the work, being critical of Hassan is like, it's one thing. People who are actually involved with trying to like better the material conditions of the people in their lives, it's one thing. Right? But like being like, socialism is about identifying issues and then complaining about those issues is kind of funny. It's kind of funny to say. It's kind of funny.
Hassan not pressing, probably not a socialist at all. And if you're a fan who's got a problem with what I'm saying, you're definitely not a socialist either. Some of the key factors of socialist politics are recognizing a contradiction and critique. Hassan not pressing Bernie Sanders and AOC about their support of the Israeli occupation in any meaningful way is a normalization of that violence that we cannot afford as socialists. I just talked about how there is no...
And like... Wait.
I just talked...
Yes, I'm gatekeeping, so what? If Hassan is actually a socialist, he should thank me. He should thank me. Bro, okay, this is why socialism fails. I want to give my why socialism fails take, right? It's because people are not normal. That's it, that's all. People just can't be normal. This isn't socialism, it's just ego. Yeah. Right? And that's the problem. A lot of people arrive at socialism in order to be the smartest person, right? A lot of people arrive at socialism in order to be like the smartest person in the room, essentially. Right? Because socialism or communism or leftism in general is like the correct position. A lot of people get there and they're like, well, I'm the correct person here, you know, and they go on from there. Right? But like, I don't understand, like genuinely, you know, in his world, right? In a world where Hassan yelled at Bernie and AOC for being like genocide apologists and Zionists or whatever, he's acting as though like that's, and this is my biggest issue, he's acting as though that is the biggest marker of what being a socialist is. Right? Like yelling at people is like in critique being the biggest marker of socialism instead of like effective politics, just in general. Right? And so I'm not even against yelling at Bernie Sanders and AOC, but like, you have to explain to me at least how it's effective. You have to explain this to me at least how it's useful. Like, if you want to exile Bernie and AOC from the left-wing movement, sure, I'm down for it. You just got to tell me why or how or what that would do. Right? How that's useful. You know what I mean? And if you can explain that to me, I'll be right on board with you. I'd be like, yeah, get them out of here. Yeah, get them out of here. Remove them from the movement. But like, before I get there, you got to tell me what you think this will do, how this will help us. Right? Because in my opinion, Bernie Sanders and AOC being in the movement or not being in the movement doesn't change my activism. I'm still the leader of a union. I still work with other union leaders. I still talk to other labor organizers. I still push for unionization in the workplace. I still provide people resources with how to unionize their workplaces. I provide, support for unions, talk to people how to join a tenant union, get within the local community, do mutual aid, right? You still do that stuff, right? As you should do that stuff. Whether or not Bernie Sanders and AOC are in the movement or not in the movement, right? And so if your focus is just about like who should be within the movement and who should not be within the movement, you're missing the forest for the trees. I'm not someone to be like, well, let everybody in the movement. They should all be in the movement or whatever. But like, if your priority is only trying to dictate who should be and who should not be in the movement, maybe your priorities are misaligned, right? Maybe your priorities are not as, like, you know, direct as they should be. This is an old video from Lil Joel. Yeah, 2 years ago.
Everybody, I'm sitting here. My dog is resting behind me. She's having a rest behind me. She's enjoying, and I'm sitting as well. And I'm thinking tonight about discourse concerning rich socialists. Like, whenever some big leftist, usually Hassan, buys something extravagant or whatever, shows off that he has money in any way, there's a conversation often had by conservatives, but also by good faith leftists, talking about how he's not an authentic socialist, about how it's hypocrisy or whatever. And I obviously this is a very dated discourse and a very old conversation to be having, but it's just striking me tonight just how corrosive this entire conversation is to any kind of real political thought. And let me try to explain what I mean. So my main problem with this argument about rich leftists not being real leftists is that charity as a concept is a virtue. It's a virtuous thing to do for everybody. Everybody almost agrees that giving of yourself, sacrificing for other people, giving people what they need is a good thing to do. It's not leftist to give people things that they need. It's simply kind. And the problem I have is that what we're really doing when we call people hypocrites, hypocritical leftists for not being more charitable, is making the argument that to be a leftist means being a good person. And no, it doesn't. It absolutely does not. Being a leftist, believing in socialism, these are completely unrelated. These do not make you a good person. At all. Like, you can be an absolutely shitty, garbage human being. To be clear, I'm not saying Hassan is. This isn't a call-out video for Hassan. I don't know his finances, I don't know who he is, whatever. But you can be an absolutely shitty, garbage human being and still be a leftist. And any argument to the contrary of that is really saying that leftism is just your little virtuous culture club. I hate that shit. And to be clear, by all means, judge whoever you want to judge.
The dog is real. I thought he killed a dog and had it behind him. The dog is real. It moves.
I have no beef with you for getting snippy online with whoever you think is too rich. That's just good fun. That's just a good thing to do with your time, frankly. I don't know. Being mad at rich people, whatever. Have fun. But I would just caution against making it about some deep-seated ideological leftist issue because it just doesn't add up. It just doesn't add up. The best thing about leftism really is that it deals with the real world, that it deals with actual material forces. Leftists don't, or at least shouldn't, believe that Hassan should rule the world, that he is exempt from class forces, that we are all autonomous moral agents, and if you just put us in charge, we would be amazing at it and not selfish. That's a horrible belief, and it's not true. We are all, to some extent, selfish. We all act according to our own interests, and it would be better, of course, if we were all more...
I will say, this is not as relevant to the discussion as the chat made it out the same.
Charitable, more giving of ourselves. But the point of leftism very much is not to come out with a new breed of human being, to pretend that we are somehow the elite group of the best people who just do all the best things, and that's our ideology. All it is fart smelling. It's a fart smelling discourse. That's my take. Goodbye.
Yeah, it's tangentially related. But yeah, I am curious about what the comments are because it says 2,000 comments to 8,000 likes. Hassan functions as a transitional stage for most people, and I believe that that's his intent. He does censor himself for his optics, but it is to open up the average American's mind. Unless you're going to form the vanguard and overthrow the government, you are just screaming into the void. We are going to have to work with people we don't 100% agree with. Because I misremembered, I thought it was more about the Culture Club thing. No, you're chill. You're good. In this clip, they literally say to run as an independent, not Democrats. Hassan criticized AOC and Bernie and literally gave them gifts from a Japanese Communist Party. He's not co-signing anything. Hassan recently talked about the smoke we have for people ideologically closer to us than those who are opposed and has a point. No one is beyond critique. What are we doing here? I do agree with this. I think because I say this as somebody who has criticized Hassan very recently, actually. Right, that I think that like critique is necessary and it is important, but I think these people's critique, this guy and Bana Banata's critique, comes from a place of like uncharitability for Hassan, right? Like their starting point is that they think Hassan is a fake socialist for whatever reason, whether it's because he's rich, whether it's because he's talked positively about Bernie Sanders in the past, whether it's because he went to the DNC or whatever it is. Right, their starting point is that Hassan is not as good of a socialist as he claims to be, and then so when something happens that is like kind of just not as big of a deal, like this, it's now the biggest issue and yet another example on the stack of papers that Hassan being a bad socialist or whatever, right? But there's no conclusion here, right? There's no like what is the conclusion? Just don't talk to Bernie Sanders at AOC. Talk to them, but yell at them. Right? Scream at them. Right? RKO out of nowhere. Like, what do you want to happen? When you say you should do critique. Like, what critique did you want to see? What questions did you want him to ask? Right? If the video was like, oh, he should have asked about Bernie Sanders' inability to use the term genocide. Like, that's fair. I'd be like, yeah, sure, yeah. He should have asked that, or Bernie Sanders, specific hyperfixation on like Netanyahu instead of the entire like Israeli project. Like, that's fair, yeah. Like that's a fair thing to ask, and that's a fair thing to want Hassan to have asked, right? But it feels like this video is mad at Hassan for having the conversation in like by itself, but also mad at Hassan for like not asking the correct questions while also having the conversation, while also not providing what questions he should have asked in the first place. It doesn't feel like this video is done out of productivity and just like Hassan's a fake socialist. Don't support him. You know what I mean? If the video was literally like, I think Hassan asked softball questions. He should have asked this, and this, right? And should have held Bernie Sanders to account. I would have been like, that's fair. And I think Hassan probably would have agreed with it, right? That's fair. Right? But they're also getting mad at Hassan for just having the conversation to begin with. Right? Hassan should have dropkicked Bernie instead. It's kind of what they're saying, right? They're saying it without saying it. They're saying Hassan should have never, because like they just say Hassan talking to Bernie Sanders is Hassan co-signing or endorsing Bernie, right? But they would have said that even if Hassan asked, hard-hitting questions. So I don't know. I think Hassan is not a fake socialist for having money. Socialism is not a poverty code. We want everyone to have a home, food, Medicare, and some ethically sourced t-shirts, which might be expensive. That has nothing to do with the conversation, chatter. I'm gonna be entirely real. I will also say this. A lot of Hassan chatter defenders, right, just come in on like autopilot to just defend Hassan for what they think the critique is, right? That is not at all related to the conversation that we're talking about. And I understand why it happens. A lot of people have the same critique of Hassan, but like nobody here is criticizing Hassan for like being a rich socialist, That's not what the conversation is really about. This guy is not doing it either. Right? Let me too, John, right? Just a sign of it. I know, this is something that I've seen. Like, somebody will criticize Hassan about something, and they'll be like, oh, Hassan, it's actually not a fake socialist, because they go through like a dialogue tree about like why Hassan's not a fake socialist, because he's rich or whatever, and how socialism is not a poverty cult. And I'm just like, not particularly relevant to the discussion. Probably from the last video we watched. Sure. But again, I did also say it was not particularly relevant. I'm not coming for you, Chatter. I'm just letting you know that, like, you didn't have to hit the ult there. Yeah. We all understand. I mean, the interview was cut off literally as soon as he brought him up with Khalil in Gaza, which may be coincidental, but still, I don't know, Hassan. Also, I don't know, Hassan's no idol. This doesn't feel like genuine criticism, but just trying to be the biggest woke in the room. Hassan criticizes the Dems all the time, and even Bernie and AOC. This is part of the problem. Bernie just advocated for stronger borders and deportation. Hassan has controlled opposition. That's the only reason why he's allowed in the same room as Bernie, AOC, and Bernie. Like, this is it's kind of funny, right? In that, like, sure, whatever. Like, okay. Okay, like, sure. While we're trying to be ideologically pure, Hassan criticizes AOC and Bernie a lot, saying with the Democratic establishment. Do you expect him to be reading theory on his streams? Yes. Yes, I do. Hassan does actively criticize Bernie and AOC for being too centrist. He views them as a good gateway to liberals open up with the scary words like buzzwords like socialism. True. I like Hassan, but I think he's far too lenient on these two. He should have asked AOC about that working tirelessly for a ceasefire line. But, like, why? Like, genuinely, why? What do you hope to gain? Time was limited. It doesn't even matter. Even if time was limited, right? That was the first question he would have asked. Why? Like, for what? Wait, how does that move the movement forward? It's either you want AOC in the movement or you don't want AOC in the movement, right? And if you don't want AOC in the movement, that's fine. Him asking that question is not going to change that. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. People are being deported for protesting. Are these people okay? Not really. But, like, I will give it to them. If you really want to know the answer about why AOC was working tirelessly for a ceasefire or whatever, if you really want to know that answer, that's totally fine, right? Totally fine. I get it. Right? I get it. Yeah, and that's valid, right? But genuinely, that's not going to, like, save the left. You're just satiating your own curiosity. And if you say that, that is fine, right? My problem is these people pretending like they are moving the left forward by, like, holding AOC to account about her working tirelessly for the ceasefire line. Just say, I don't like AOC and I want her to explain this thing. That's totally fine. And I'm totally for that. Be honest. Be honest. Legitimately, just be honest. When answer would be acceptable, that's all they need to be asked in response, because nothing will ever be enough to please them. Yeah. I mean, nothing would be acceptable. And we know why she was doing it, right? We know why they endorsed Kamala Harris. Like, it's not going to solve the problems that we have. You should still just be doing the work regardless. It should not affect your life, right? Or not even your life. It should not affect the work you do as a leftist. If you think that they are not good for the left, go do that. Do the good thing for the left. If you think AOC and Bernie Sanders are, you know, bad for the left or whatever, and for whatever reason, like, you're not going to take down Bernie and AOC. Like, you're not, like, genuinely. You're not going to stop 35,000 people from going to their rallies. What you can do is you can move the left forward in your own communities to help the marginalized people there. And I think that is infinitely more useful to the wider left movement than yelling at and taking down Bernie. But between you and League, I lost the game against the Gwen. So that's what happened. So it's gonna have the DSA on his today on his stream. This is why people call Bernie a Nazi, just an example. And just, I think they are undervaluing how bad the optics are for people who might be winning and do like Bernie. I actually don't care about that, honestly. Again, my take is not to like defend Bernie Sanders or whatever. I don't care. My take is that my activism does not change if Bernie sucks. My activism does not change if AOC sucks. I'm not trying to yell at and scream at Bernie Sanders to like take them down a peg to make myself feel better, right? Workers still need to be organized. Marginalized people in my community still need to be taken care of, regardless. And I think if everybody put their energy more into that and a more bottom-up approach, you would not have AOC and Bernie Sanders. You wouldn't need them. If, I don't know, the Green Party had more than 160 seats in the country at all. Or if PSL had at least one seat. Maybe we should be putting our energy into getting this number from 0 members in elected office to like 1 member of elected office, right? Or changing any of these 0 out of however many into something. Like maybe screaming at Bernie Sanders and AOC is not as useful as we would like it to be. Make Bernie and AOC irrelevant? Yeah, we should, genuinely. Genuinely. Go run for your local office. I promise you it's more productive and better for the left than trying to take down Bernie Sanders. Because one, you're not going to do it. Bernie's 80-something years old. He's going to die soon anyway. So you forcing Bernie Sanders into an early retirement is not going to move the left forward. Go get in local office. Run for your freaking city council as a part of the Socialist Party you want so desperately. Why are we not doing that? Why are we not doing that? We are, and it's so stupid because we are looking at the top, expecting a top-down approach. We were expecting a top-down approach to fixing the issues in this country. They're looking at Bernie Sanders being like, why are you guys not pushing people towards socialist parties when they themselves are not running for socialist parties? Do the fucking work. You're getting mad at Bernie Sanders not telling somebody else to do the work you should be doing yourself. Do you not see how asinine that is? Do you not see how insane that is? Like, and I'll draw a picture. Right? Here are the real leftists. Here are the fake leftists. This is you. You're a real leftist, right? And you're like, yeah, AOC and Bernie Sanders and Hassan. There's one more, sorry. And this is everyone else. Right? You're like AOC and Bernie Sanders and Hassan, right? They should all tell these people, right, who aren't even leftists at all, to go become real leftists and join socialist parties. Over here, we'll say PSL. Why is AOC, Hassan, and Bernie Sanders not going to everybody else who aren't socialists and making them into real leftists to join PSL? And I'm just like, why are you not joining PSL? Why are you not running for office on PSL. It would be a lot easier. You are yelling at them to then yell at other people to go do what you should be doing. Like, why are you not doing this? Go run for office. Go to your local community and run for office. What's stopping you? If you're so mad at Hassan and AOC and Bernie for pushing people to the Democratic Party instead of pushing people to go run for socialist tickets, why are you not running for socialist tickets? Why do they have 0 seats? None. No seats. None at all. Go do that. But no, you don't want to actually do that because this would be effective. And you don't want to be effective. You want to be ineffective. And you want to scream at people because it makes you feel good. That's it. That's it. That is it. The Piece of Freedom as a national org, but they run in. They also have 0 seats. Yeah. That's what I'm registered under. They're like sitting in the front seat of their car, critiquing on TikTok and yelling on Twitter. It's way easier than running for office or unionizing their workplaces, which is insane. Because like Hassan, this is make it Hassan have a smaller head. You're right, Chatter. Like, okay, actually, make him have a bigger body too. Bigger body, smaller head. There we go. Hassan tells people to go unionize their workplace and run for office. So like what are you doing? Like genuinely. Go do the effective stuff. Go do this. Please. Like our focus should not be AOC and Bernie. We should see AOC and Bernie and be like, ugh, it sucks that they're so liberal. Let me go run for office now. That's it. That should be your entire output.
Have y'all noticed that it is almost always white leftists to comment on purity politics when you're addressing colonization, genocide, or imperialism? They're willing to make concessions on these things because more than half the time, they're not the victim of it. No, it is not a purity test to call it.
That cat scared the mess out of me.
Question why a socialist not only invited people who oppose socialism and communism onto his platform, but also why he did not press them about their active participation in.
Okay, so like people who oppose, so again, we're back to like socialists cannot talk to anything, like anybody. As a socialist, you must only talk to other socialists. Right? Now, is the conversation, could Hassan do more to platform other socialist and leftist voices? Yes. Is it like inherently incorrect to like talk to anybody who is not a socialist? Not really. No. Like, that's kind of like, isn't that what you want him to do though? Like, you're getting mad at AOC and Bernie Sanders, right? for talking to people who are very clearly not socialist and not telling them to run for office. So, like, I'm confused. So do you want them to actually talk to people who are not socialists? Or do you want them to only talk to socialists and run for office? Okay, I've learned. Okay. So, sorry, not fake, sorry. Here. We have a real socialist, and we have a fake socialist. And so the real socialist, right, which is you, are getting mad at the fake socialists, would say AOC and Bernie, right, for not talking to other real socialists and telling them to run for office. So why are you not telling them to run for office? The elections in the US are up for grabs, apparently. Okay. You can't just come in here and quote my statistic back to me as if that's not my entire thing. That's my statistic. I didn't hear you say it. You've been subscribed to me for 6 months. I have said it so many times. So many times in the past year. It has been like one of the most consistent things that I've ever said. I just want to point out, one of the most consistent. I said it this stream. Earlier this stream, I said 70% of elections are uncontested. I say it at least once a week. That's crazy. I'm being erased. I'm being erased. Stop. 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 Chad, you know you're gonna make me mad. You know I'm gonna be mad. You're gonna make me mad. Anyway, I don't know why like he's getting mad at like Bernie Sanders AOC for not telling people to go run for PSO. When like he could also just tell people to run for PSO. Like he can do that. Like, of course, Bernie Sanders and AOC are not going to tell people to run for, like, socialist parties. They're not a part of the socialist parties. We should be telling people to run for socialist parties. It's like people don't have this expectation they don't have this correct expectation for what to expect from their audience, you know? Using the platform to critique so came at the same time won't be socialism? True. You can't do praxis. That's not a part of socialism. It's only critique and contradictions. Critique and contradiction.
In genocide. That's just called having a consistent politic. That's called actually aligning with socialist principles.
So, okay, so socialists can only talk to other socialists? This doesn't make sense. How are more people supposed to be socialists if you can only talk to people who are socialist? I'm confused. I'm confused. Is this the most recent video? No, it's this one.
You make him the screw.
Okay, I don't think it's a psyop. I was like, I haven't seen new Cam James video about black frats and sororities. I have not. Send a link. We probably won't watch it today, but maybe tomorrow. I mean, no, I don't think it's a psyop.
Screw face to parts of my video that aren't even debatable is hilariously performative, as is your entire politic. But you saying, what socialist party? Made me realize you don't even ball, bro. You're not even coming off the bench. You're a fan. How are you a socialist in America and can't name one socialist party?
Are there any socialist parties that have any notable presence in government? Just anyone. Is there one? He must name them, right?
How do you plan on building socialism with people who oppose it? You have the Party for Socialism and Liberation.
0 members in elected office.
You have the Workers' World Party.
0 members in elected office.
You have the Revolutionary Communist of America. You have
This doesn't even say anything. There's not even a section here for it. Like,
the All African People's Revolutionary Party.
Also doesn't even say any membership.
Sean, the
like, what are we talking about here?
Princess.
We're talking about parties that were established in like the 1960s
not in office.
with zero representation in government. And I'm not even saying that these parties are bad, but I'm saying that, like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Like, if we're talking about political parties, if we're not talking about like political parties who like want to have people elected, sure. Right? If we're talking about something else, right? Like, if we're talking about like how much like work they do or whatever in like the in their communities or whatever, then sure 100%. But what does it do? What does it mean to have 133,000 registered voters and 0 members in elected office? None at all. What does this mean? What are we doing? Is this working? This was established 57 years ago, and we have 0 members in elected office. 20 years ago, 0 members in elected office. 66 years ago, 0 members of elected office. I'm not even against socialist movements and having a socialist party. But why does it seem we are completely unable for the election results section? It's only the fucking presidency. The WWP have participated in presidential elections campaigns since the 1980s. And it hasn't fucking worked. Lost, fucking lost. There's not a single congressional election here. There's not a single state level election here. There's not a single local election here. It's only loss after fucking lost for the presidency. And you're trying to tell me that these are serious political parties. Really? Why are we doing this over and over and over again? It's not surprising that that one guy didn't know what socialist parties they were. They're nothing. They are nothing. They are nothing. They are nothing. They hold no power. So yeah, you're more socialist than he is. You're able to name 4 or 5 different socialist parties with fucking no influence. So cool, you go to your little meetup meeting, you guys jerk off about how socialist you are, and nothing fucking happens. Nothing gets done. But it's so much easier to yell and scream about Bernie Sanders. It's so much easier to yell and scream about AOC, right? Be like, oh, why are the people with the power and the influence not promoting my special socialist party, instead of doing the groundwork and building it from the ground up, getting in your communities and running for local office? You gotta be in local, just, and this is the problem. Everybody wants the notoriety. He thinks he's above it, but he's not above it. Everybody wants the notoriety of being on the presidential ticket. Everybody wants the notoriety of being a congressperson or a senator, but nobody wants to do the actual work that will actually affect people's lives, like joining the fucking city council. You don't want to be effective. You don't actually want to actually affect people's lives. You don't. Because if you did, you know what you would be doing? Running for local office. You and your little socialist clique around you in your local area would get together, knock on doors, get petitions signed, and run for local fucking office, get on city council, and fix the fucking roads. And then people would be like, oh, there was a pothole here that wasn't fixed for 3 years, and now it was fixed, right? Why did that happen? But oh, that was us, right? Socialist Party of America, that was us, actually. We fixed the roads here, right? Oh, we couldn't afford, school lunch, and this school got provided a free lunch. How did that happen? Oh, that was us on the school board. Socialist Party of America, that was us. We actually got free lunches for all of the school district, right? And then people will see that, and they'll be like, man, maybe socialists are kind of cool, right? I was told socialists are super bad, right? But maybe they're like actually fixing the issues that affect our lives. Instead of, I don't know, yelling at the 2 fucking people who are trying to fix some issues in domestic people's lives, right? Right now, for that same family, all they see is you losers yelling at Bernie Sanders who say we need free school lunches, right? They see Bernie Sanders saying, we need free school lunches. And they're like, oh, we need free school lunches. And they see a little group of 5 people protesting outside of Bernie Sanders' rally being like, fuck that guy. We are socialists. And they're like, well, this guy wants to feed my kids. This guy wants to feed my kids. And you're saying, fuck that guy. Maybe it's fuck you and fuck socialism. Like, that's what's going to happen. So maybe just actually fix the issues that affect people's lives, and then they'll like you more. And then they'll become more socialists. And if you don't like the fact that these fake socialists love Bernie Sanders, maybe fix people's issue like Bernie Sanders was doing. Like AOC was advocating for. Maybe. I don't know. You gotta start somewhere. It's just, it pisses me off so freaking much, bro. So much.
Options, all which are better for building working class solidarity, more so than rerouting your socialist efforts towards Bernie.
Where? Fucking where? These parties have been around for 50 years. Do you think we have more working class solidarity? Do you think we're on the precipice of socialism? yeah, guys, join the Workers' World Party, right? You're gonna be impacting more people's lives than like Bernie Sanders. The important question is, why wouldn't the Socialist Party be competing with the DNC, dividing the voter base? How does the Socialist Party compete with the corporate backing of the DNC? I question how successful a Socialist Party would be amount of funding to compete with the DNC leadership, let alone win elections in local office, in local elections where they don't care about as much. Like the DNC is not pouring millions of dollars into like, you know, Kansas's 1st district city council race, right? They can't. They have billions of dollars, right? Or hundreds of millions of dollars. They can't pour in millions of dollars into every single race. It's impossible, right? And so they have to pick and choose. If you put a socialist and you could test every single one of the contested races, right? If every single one of the 50,000 races that were contested or that happened in 2024 had a single socialist candidate running for it, right? Even if they wanted to shove millions of dollars into every single race, that would be impossible. It could not happen. They don't have that much money, right? They would have to pick and choose which races would they want to like shove millions of dollars into, and some will like fall through the cracks, right? And you will get a socialist elected. Honestly, would that even work in an area that's very blue like the DMV? Yes. It doesn't matter how blue or red an area is. When you are talking about local offices, people don't care about party. They don't. Party is only really impactful when it comes to state level and congressional level up, right? In local areas, if you knock on people's doors, because you need a lot smaller amounts of votes, right? Because it's a local area. If you're personally knocking on people's doors, right? And personally calling people's phones, right? You have a very good chance of winning. Way better chance you can win of winning in any other area for like congressional or whatever. By talking to people. Even if you're a part of the Workers' World Party. If you're a part of the Workers' World Party, right? You call somebody up and you're like, hey, what issues do you face in your life? You're like, oh, the potholes in Rosemont area sucks. I can personally guarantee as Johnny Jimson, right? As Johnny Jimson, that like I will personally fix the roads. If I can fix the roads, will you have my vote? And they're like, yes, Johnny Jimson, I will vote for you if you can guarantee to fix my roads. He's like, I got you, right? I got you. And then boom, you just keep doing that until you have enough votes to actually contest. Right? But you have to start there. You do. You have to start there. Right? Because the alternative is like, why even have a party in the first place? If you think you're going to get outspent, why even have a party? What does it serve as opposed to just feeling good?
Party options, all which are better for building working class solidarity more so than rerouting your socialist efforts towards Bernie Sanders and AOC. You're talking about kicking me out of the movement. You're not even part of a movement. You're a chronically online leftist who doesn't know how to build socialism outside of voting for progressive capitalist candidates.
Okay, but like, what do you do? Yes, you are correct. That person, not socialist. You are also, by the same definition, not socialist. You're also online, chronically online leftist who gets off by just like jerking off in like a leftist Discord server about how super leftist you are. Neither of you are doing anything. What are we talking about? I feel like I'm going insane.
And that's because you're a cosplayer, a pretender. Liberals have this habit ever since they found out what a PSYOP was just a few years ago of calling the person pointing out the PSYOP the PSYOP. And that's because they don't even know they're being worked on. The PSYOP is AOC and Bernie Sanders drumming up support from rad libs and reactionaries such as yourself to funnel that energy back into supporting the Democratic Party. Whenever liberals get to talking about
like, this is the perfect example of like the right just like maniacally like rubbing their hands together. Like, you're a PSYOP. No, you're a PSYOP. No, you're the PSYOP. No, you're the PSYOP. Like, that's what we're doing here. We've devolved down to just being like the Spider-Man meme where like two people were like, you're the PSYOP. No, you're the PSYOP. Like, huh, spy, he's the spy. No, he's the spy. Like, that's it. That's what we've devolved down to. We have devolved down to just being like pointing at somebody else and just being like PSYOP. Like, sure, yeah, like your criticism of Bernie, AOC, and Hassan really brought out the liberals who call themselves leftists. Sure, yeah, no. Everybody who is like pro Hassan, Bernie, AOC is a liberal. Cool, whatever. Is your leftist doing anything? Have you established a stronger movement now? Yeah, no, you kick out Bernie, kick out AOC, kick out Hassan, kick out this other guy or whatever. Is your movement taken seriously? Is your movement stronger? What are we doing? It's one chronically online leftist yelling at another chronically online leftist who is yelling at another chronically online leftist about being a chronically online leftist. Like, what are we doing? None of this is effective.
Power by supporting establishment Democrats, understand that they don't even have a concept of how to gain power for working class people.
But you do? Please enlighten me. I need to know. I need to know. Please enlighten me. How do you gain power for working class people? Please. You must have a secret sauce. He must know. You gotta subscribe for more info.
Because even Bernie's framing of the oligarchy as our problems does not address the systemic issues behind our exploitation. It actually individualizes it. So does his framing of...
Okay, what are we gonna do about it? Sure, whatever. What are we gonna do about it? You're right, you're totally correct on Bernie. What are we doing about it? Pointing out an issue is not solving the issue. If your entire output is just, Bernie Sanders sucks in this way and this way, I did my leftism of the day. He must provide some evidence of something to do about it.
Netanyahu being the problem with Israel rather than the occupation in totality. Kamala Copers have been posing as radicals while being the attack dogs for the Democratic Party. And I have to ask, do you think collaborating with a party that is actively anti-communist is the best way to build socialism? And TikTok loves to censor me. I'm an actual socialist. So I'm going to dial it back a bit. But a question for you specifically, Eli.
But like, okay, so he claims to be an actual socialist. But I don't know what that means. I have yet to see any organizing work that he's done. I have yet to see him do anything for the past 4 days except for yelling about how other people are fake socialists. But maybe I misunderstand. I must misunderstand.
Do you not see the brainlessness in claiming someone that you have 10 times more followers than is a PSYOP and still engaging? Unserious.
Wait. But you're claiming that Hassan is like a PSYOP and a fake socialist. So I'm confused. Like, so because you're a smaller account, you can just throw around PSYOP as like, he's doing the small bean. Like, I'm small bean. I'm a small bean leftist. And you have a bigger following than me. But maybe I missed something. I'm curious.
It's getting sad, fam. Liberals are out here desperate, gassing up Bernie Sanders again. Like, did y'all not get his grift, his second presidential run? That man stole hundreds of millions of dollars from working class people to turn around and endorse the very same party that sabotaged his presidential run. He was oddly...
Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Wait. I mean, I guess it's not surprising. This is like people being like, how dare Bernie not make his own party already? Kind of thing. But like, I'm confused. This person confuses me. I'm not even like super pro Bernie, but like to sit here and act like, oh, he's a grifter. He was grifting his second presidential run. Like to what end? Like, I mean, like for like leftist support. Like he was pretending to be leftist. Like, okay. I have confusion. I'll just say this on Bernie, right? I don't know why y'all are expecting this like freaking 89-year-old white man or whatever to like, I don't know, to be like the most leftist person ever. But like, I don't expect that of Bernie. He's old. He's a white man. Like, dog is like, he's bro should have retired years ago. Right? But like, again, I feel like yelling at Bernie at AOC is like a fool's errand. Get out of the way, old man. I mean, honestly, he should have retired a while ago, right? But like, I feel like it's unproductive to yell at him, right? It's more of like a, all right, old man, let's get you back to bed situation, as opposed to be like, we need to take down Bernie. Like, what is that? What are we doing? What does that do for the movement? Like, I don't know. It feels unproductive to me. Is even less effective to Yada-san? Yeah. Again, it feels unproductive to me. Maybe let's try to run for one of these positions. Okay, Sonny? Yeah. Also, Juju, thank you for the 8-month subscription, and Mr. Bombwater, thank you for the 10-month subscription as well. Oh God, my subs I'm losing all of my subs, chat. I'm washed. We're about to drop down below 10,000, below 1,000. If not form a coalition with Bernie, then who? Not Bernie, just with yourself and your own friends in your own freaking backyard or whatever. And that can be successful. Get with your friends in your backyard and like be like, I want to run for city council or whatever. And have you and your friends go hang up flyers. Have you and your friends like start a campaign, start a movement, door knock, phone bang, and get yourself on the city council seat. Genuinely. I'm not even joking. Fuck Bernie. Who cares about Bernie? Who cares? We're trying to talk about and contest with and contend with like a Senate seat that like the Green Party has 0 of, that the Party for Socialism and Liberation has 0 of, that the People's Peace and Freedom Party has 0 of, that the World Workers Party has 0 of. Like, we as the socialist movement are not yet ready to contend with or to engage with seats. Not really. Like, yeah. Wait. Ralph Chapman was in the House of Representatives. Did he get primaried? Oh yeah, he got cooked in 2019. This person also got cooked in 2019. By a vacant seat. Why is the seat vacant? Did he die? Friction is relevant and important to talk about because their base point of Washington policies are responsible for Gaza is true, but the next step is not just to sit alone and be mad and say burn America to the ground. Yeah. And the problem is if 10 years ago there was actual movement for any one of these parties in like the local infrastructure, we could have 10 seats turned into 20 seats, turned into 50 seats, turned into maybe one congressional candidate. And that would be nice. And just a show of like, wow, the left is growing. We've got nothing. We've had no electoral wins. But I think I do have to call it though. I'm tired. I have to work. Any final thoughts, chat? Oh, also, what's up, YouTube? I didn't see you at all. Bye, YouTube. You like my curtains? I have curtains, but they're too short for the curtains that I bought. So I have to buy more curtains because and the light comes through the bottom. But I cover it up. It looks fine. More frustrating? Yeah. Yeah. I'm tired though. Tired. Work to be done. Maybe. Okay, wait, hold on. Give me a second. Freaking 30 minutes. Hey, Jesus freaking Jesus, bro. What the freak. Okay, yeah, I do have to call it. Thanks for watching, chat. I'm going to go work after a nap. Probably after a nap for sure. Also after I get some food, 'cause I'm hungry. Maybe I'll get a waffle or something. I like waffle. Yeah. Aim at your body parts, yeah. Oh, did I see the TYT drama? What if I rate the content nuke rerun? Eh? Who wants to see the content nuke? I will unsub. Who wants to see the content nuke? Okay, it's fine. Please don't. Ugh, whatever. Hop off my nuts, chat.